dive into authentic conversations about ourselves and our community, exploring topics that uplift and inspire us, from personal growth to social change. So grab your teacup and get ready to join the conversation. Happy Father's Day, Tea Talkers. We have to come in here tonight. I wasn't going to come in until tomorrow and cover Diddy stuff. Lots of Diddy stuff going on, y'all. But that's for tomorrow. We have got breaking news right now out of Minnesota. There has been a mass deadly shooting going on in Minnesota. Let me get my screen shared. Welcome all tea sippers. Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. We are coming live with updates about a shooting right now that just occurred in Minnesota. A gunman has killed some lawmakers, senators, and their families. That's listening, tea sippers.
And as we now know, walked without incident to law enforcement and surrendered.
Alert reads, Minnesota shooter spotted on foot in military gear and armed near the 355 block of 200th Street. Lock your doors and shelter in place. So first and foremost, we wanted to share that with folks who may be in that area. If you know people in that area of Green Isle, make sure that they have been notified and that they are taking precautions right now. And that is about all we know for sure.
It's a very active situation down there in that Green Isle area. We do know that there's a large presence of police, have been now for several hours, if not for most of the day. And that has been what we believe to be a search area. And there were eyewitness accounts of a man in fatigues in that area, right there at the original Bolter farm, where really this all began for him. Again, it's 57-year-old Vance Bolter is the man they're searching for. Our So Young Kim is also in that area tonight, covering it for us. She has some information for us. She received that alert on her phone while she was in that area. So Young, tell us what you've seen so far.
Hey guys, so we're in Green Isle near that baseball field, which is the law enforcement staging area. Over the past few hours, they were kind of searching down into Sibley County of Highway 25 earlier today. The focus of that search and that recovery was a car they believe was used by Belter. But just about 20 minutes ago, we received that alert where there was a Minnesota shooter spotted in the area. That address then, which was 355 block of 200th Street, we're probably about a couple miles from. And it's kind of, I think I want to note that even though this main road closure, a lot of the search today was focused in a specific area near 291st Avenue off of Highway 25. That cleared several hours ago. But unlike yesterday, when a lot of the police kind of the active search for the day cleared, a lot of the neighbors told us that the staging area also kind of cleared out of law enforcement. But today it was a little bit different. Even though the main road closures have reopened for several hours now, traffic is going and flowing on Highway 25. The law enforcement presence largely remained unchanged. And then at 9 o'clock, again, about 20 minutes ago, we received that alert. I don't know how widespread that alert is, and I don't know what the radius is, but we're about 2 miles in Green Isle from that pin, that block that they're mentioning that the Minnesota shooter was spotted on foot. They've been saying this throughout this weekend. He is armed and dangerous, and he was seen not even half hour ago on foot in this area, armed and dangerous. So that's kind of the latest. This is still a developing situation, even though they've kind of cleared out that main search area that they've been at all day long. It seems like there's some developments happening right now as we speak.
It's interesting because this brings the alleged killer, Vance Bolter, back to where he would have been, the family home. It is a rural area, if you're not familiar with Green Isle there. a little southwest of the Twin Cities. It's mostly agriculture area. The search has been conducted from the air using drones as well as
pull it up a little bit more. The screen's a little bit small, but I can tell you that yesterday morning when we were on the air, it was probably around 9:30 or so, where we had a chopper up over the Bolter farm, and you could see the sort of almost like SWAT vehicles kind of moving in, a couple of them. And nobody, while we were up in the chopper, ever got out, but they definitely sort of surrounded the place, and then they stayed put. And then our chopper was asked to leave the area by the Department of Public Safety. At that point, we don't know what happened because we lost our aerial shot, but that was sort of the last we saw of what was going on. And then we had heard throughout the afternoon that they did an extensive search. I don't know that that area was ever officially cleared.
It was an update too as well from law enforcement this afternoon in terms of their search. And there were some points in there where we were wondering, they have something, they have a plan. There's something going on here that they weren't saying. And it was still all focused in that Sibley County area still, which led us to believe that that's where they believed he was.
Yeah, I don't know, do we want to go to Green Isle? Is there anything that we're seeing there activity-wise? Okay, Paul.
Paul, you...
Okay.
You're in Blaine today. Give us the latest from what sort of led up to where we are tonight.
All right, let's set the scene for me. I am at the Emergency Operations Center, having some return audio in my ear. So we are at the State Emergency Operations Center in the North Metro. I will say we are not getting 100% confirmation from authorities here. Of course, this is the nerve center of this investigation. There was a news conference here around 5:30, so 4 hours ago. What happened, I'd say 15 minutes ago, I got a text from a police officer, not directly involved in this case, but connected, through just law enforcement, and he texted, arrested alive from people at the scene that they were using drones that would find Vance Belter crawling in the dirt in a field, and he ultimately surrendered peacefully. So in custody, alive, in Sibley County. As you mentioned, a lot of attention of law enforcement there today with the abandoned Buick. Pieces of evidence found nearby that indicated that, yes, Belter had been there. The cowboy hat from those suspect photos that were distributed by the FBI, by the BCA. Of course, there was a $50,000 reward off for the capture of Vance Belter, and he apparently has been found within, I don't know the exact distances, but found alive in close proximity to family property, his farm, if you will, down there in Sibley County near Green Isle. We are awaiting word if we will see state authorities today. Remember, it was BCA Superintendent Drew Evans who was here earlier, as well as DPS Commissioner Bob Jacobson. So again, facts continuing to unfold. We have it confirmed with our multiple sources that Vance Belter is alive. He is in custody. And of course, we know that there are multiple warrants for his arrest, facing charges of murder and attempted murder, of course, in Hennepin County, and then a federal count, a federal warrant, a nationwide warrant for his arrest, and charges that are ready to be filed in federal court against him for basically eluding capture, eluding arrest. So we'll have to see how this criminal case plays out. This unprecedented incident in Minnesota, really, certainly recent history, if not the state's history, the political assassination of a top lawmaker, her husband, and then, of course, the attempted murder on a DFL senator and his wife in Champlin. And, as you start piecing this all together, I can't help but think, I was in Melissa Hortman's neighborhood yesterday in the aftermath of the deadly shooting, the unthinkable act that happened there, and the fact that his Vance Belter's, what was believed to be his security card, that fake police car, the fact that police had arrived on the doorstep at the Hortman home when they did, there was an exchange of gunfire, and that set him off on foot, leaving behind the vehicle. You know, was there a more elaborate plan for him from there with this manifesto with dozens of names on it? We don't know what was going through his mind, but clearly he...
Rob and his daughter have been smoking since they opened her math book, because secondhand smoke is seeping in from the apartment next door. Learn how to protect yourself and others from...
So away. I was talking to our reporter down there, So Young. She had described there was about a 10-mile difference, I think, between where the car was abandoned and then where they were staging for this final operation. So again, awaiting official, I suppose, confirmation here at state headquarters. Remains to be seen if we still see authorities tonight. I would think they would want to get out in front of this. So we will continue to monitor the situation from here. Let me take care of my audio, and I'm happy to answer some questions for you guys.
Yeah. Paul, just one more thing here, if you can hear me. Go through again, is really important details that you gave us right off the top on on that information that you received from a source just moments ago. You said some 15 minutes ago. Give us the details of that one more time, please.
Yeah, so again, kind of combining a couple of pieces of information from sources. There's something about a trail camera and perhaps him being located, if you will, or at least in a proximity area, that there was movement detected. But then from police, not someone directly on scene, but the law enforcement community is tight-knit. Clearly this case, while it ended in Sibley County, it's certainly in some way, shape, or form is Hennepin County based, right, with Brooklyn Park and Champlain. This officer was told that drones would find him crawling in the dirt in a field, and he would subsequently surrender peacefully. So drones, trail cams, and a peaceful surrender is the best I can tell you now. Again, I am in the nerve center where you would think we'd hear from state authorities just as soon as possible, but right now we're going to have to go with sources on the ground, and Fox 9 is comfortable reporting that at this point.
Paul, I don't know if you can hear me. So nobody is there in that center right now, or who is there? I mean, is there any indication that there's going to be any sort of an update from officials?
We just don't know at this point. I will just tell you the setup. It's a new setup here. They have a new sort of emergency operations center that's recently opened. They have us, and I would describe it as a bullpen. We are required to stay in here, so I don't necessarily have direct access to some of the key figures in this investigation, so we will wait. I have had some face-to-face contact. They have said they just did not want to, in the last 5 minutes or so, confirm this information at this point. They may be wanting to gather, dot their I's, cross their T's, make sure they have everything in order before they say anything. So we're at their mercy in that sense, but clearly there are other ways to get information in this day and age, and we do feel like we are in position with our sourcing on the ground there to officially tell you Vance Belter, this wanted political assassin, wanted on attempted murder charges, he is in custody and alive tonight.
And just stand by, Paul, because obviously this will develop throughout the next minutes and hours. But we want to remind our viewers, left side of your screen is the live images of Green Isle. Right now it's frozen at this second, but this is the image that is happening right now in Green Isle. Again, that is the location where it's believed, and we have confirmation from our sources that Vance Bolter, 57 years old, accused of those horrible shootings early Saturday morning, has been arrested without incident. For whatever reason, back near the Bolter land in that sort of rural area of Green Isle, southwest of the Twin Cities. How he got back there, why he went back there, we don't know. Hopefully we will find that out. But the bottom line is an alert went out half hour ago to anybody in that area on their cell phones to shelter in place. There was a man described as the Minnesota shooter spotted on foot in military fatigues. There are gear there in the 355 block of 200th Street. Lock your doors, shelter in place. And that was that Green Isle area. In fact, our reporters on the scene got that same alert on their phones. And just a few minutes after that, we received word that he was, as Paul just reiterated, taken into custody without incident in a field, a cornfield there near that farm or on that farm.
And we do have sources who are telling us that they were able to sort of narrow down the area because apparently Bolter popped up on a cellular game cam. And while they wouldn't share the image with us, someone with our organization did see that image and was able to take a look at the image. And so we have that. And then also just the confirmation from multiple sources, many law enforcement sources, that he was taken into custody and he is alive tonight, also in tactical gear and had some sort of a backpack on him as well.
Interesting to note as part of that, Amy, is that the law enforcement used drones from the air, and the drones from the air, we're told, are the ones that actually spotted him in real time. The trail cam would be a set image likely at a specific time, which located him, and then drones above, we're told, were able to see him in real time, making his way in those army fatigues with a backpack, believed to be armed, through a cornfield, but a very short corn, obviously, at this time of year, so he was easy to see, and as Paul pointed out, crawling in the dirt when he was apprehended. Just
incredible turn of events. You know, with the news today that his vehicle was found in Sibley County in that area with the hat that in the picture you're looking at here on your screen on the right, that hat believed to be the hat that they found in that area as well. And yet you still kind of thought, well, it's possible that he could have fled from there because he did it once, twice. Is it possible that he could have fled again? Because what are the odds that he would go back to a place where law enforcement were already looking for him? But here we are tonight, and it looks as though he has been apprehended. Just a quick programming note for folks who are wanting to watch the race. It is on Fox 9 Plus, so if that is something that you want to watch right now, it's 9.2 on your dial, and you can watch that here. Otherwise, we're going to stay here on the air, and we're also streaming online if you want to follow along on these very latest developments. That is just the most incredible news for so many people involved, not to mention the families of those who are affected, the Hortman family, the Hoffman family, of course, the families of all of the lawmakers in Minnesota, particularly those who were also on this list tonight. Just the most incredible news.
As horrendous as that shooting was for both of those families and their loved ones on Saturday morning, early Saturday morning, and many of you have the details of how that went down, which was, as you can imagine, scary for everyone in this area. On how he is alleged to have impersonated a police officer with a vehicle that also we're being talked to right now. So
all right.
So I was interrupted by our producer to tell us that Paul Bloom has audio of the arrest.
Yeah, and he's going to just, I think, hold it. I think he has it on his phone. Yep, we're good. We're good, Lori. Just tell us when to. There we go. So, okay, Paul, tell us what you got, and let's take a listen.
Yeah, so a source of mine just texted a short video clip, runs about 12 seconds from a neighboring farm in Green Isle that picks up the bullhorn of the arrest. I'm going to play it. It's coming off my phone into the microphone. I hope our viewers can hear it. I can translate the audio on the back end, but let's share this. This would have been minutes ago as Vance Belter was taken into custody alive.
Guys, we have an arrest warrant. Take a look around. You are surrounded. Stand up with your hands empty and above your head and come to the sound of my voice.
Let's do that one more time for you all, but I understand it came across cleanly.
We have an arrest warrant. Take a look around. You are surrounded. Stand up with your hands empty and above your head and come to the sound of my voice.
Come to the sound of my voice. You are surrounded.
We have an arrest warrant. Take a look around. You are surrounded. Stand up with your hands empty and above your head and come to the sound of my voice.
Come to the sound of my voice one more time.
We have an arrest warrant. Take a look around. You are surrounded. Stand up with your hands empty and above your head and come to the sound of my voice.
So there you go. Just a few minutes ago, Green Isle, or Sibley County, Minnesota, I should say. I don't exactly know the township or the location there, but the Bullhorn, they have an arrest warrant. It's hard to make out. It's you typically would get on your cell phone a video that's shared with you. It's grainy. Obviously I can see some authorities. It's taken from a nearby farm, but you hear their authorities in their final encounter, as we understand it, with Vance Belter near his property, Green Isle, Minnesota, a wanted political assassin doing the unthinkable, allegedly this weekend attacking 2 lawmakers in their own homes, killing the Speaker Emerita and her husband, and as well as gravely injuring the Hoffmans. And so tonight in custody, alive. We thought about how this might play out, but now this heads to court. I mean, in what will be an unprecedented criminal case. Does it start in federal, state court? Obviously, so many questions still to be determined on that level. But tonight, as far as we understand it, although still waiting for an official confirmation here at the Emergency Operations Center that Vance Belter did heed the warning and the advice or the commands of law enforcement SWAT teams down in Sibley County just minutes ago, and did surrender peacefully to authorities, again, with, as my understanding, the use of drone coverage to track him in those fields or woods down there.
Hey, Paul, when you were playing that, I was just curious, the first word or so we couldn't make out. I didn't know if they were saying his name or could you make out that? I don't know if it's even important, but I was just curious at what
it was. I think it was I think it was we have an arrest warrant. I didn't necessarily hear the name. Let me play. I can go one more time with you.
It is incredible audio, by the way.
Yeah.
Guys, we have an arrest warrant. Take a look around. Guys, we have an arrest warrant. Take a look around. You are surrounded. Stand up with your hands empty and above your head and come to the sound of my voice.
Yeah, something about the arrest warrant. There is a word that is cut off there, but I did pick up on that last, you're just processing this in real time on live television, but get up, so that would indicate perhaps what I heard from my sourcing, that he was on the ground in some, crawling or kind of down on the ground, that he needed to actually stand up from that position, although I don't know exactly where that recording picked up, but that could give some sort of confirmation that he was, trying to lay low or something, was down on the ground and actually needed to be stood up to have them arrested. Typically a suspect, you want them going to the ground, and that's when authorities go in. In this case, they were asking him to stand up. I would point that out, but again, not exactly sure the context of where we pick up that recording. It is just 12 seconds of what must have been a very intense moment, knowing how many, what did they say earlier today? 100 plus law enforcement were in that area surrounding the car, and SWAT teams from all across the state.
A relatively small
so there
area.
would be some serious manpower in and around. Yeah.
Paul, this afternoon or I should say this evening at the update that law enforcement handed out, there was a sense that they were zoning in or narrowing in on this area. Did you get that sense as well?
We're curious if you picked up on that as well, because they didn't come out and say things, but it just felt like we're getting close here.
Yeah, reading between the lines now, I could understand that assumption. Plus, you just think about, you lay out the facts, and, they had been in the area yesterday. They did not find that car yesterday. So clearly the car is fresh. He was in the area. They find the hat. They clearly kind of are able to start putting the dots together that he was in Sibley County in some respects very recently. They, push that amount of law enforcement, that offensive, hundreds of officers and SWAT into that area. I'm guessing they could, quickly account for vehicles that, was anything stolen. If you account for sort of the properties and then perhaps check off, that vehicles are where they should be. Now, all of a sudden, you have to start assuming he's likely on foot if he's not getting assistance. And, at that point, you probably feel like he's in this area. I will point out yesterday, though, they really were confident that they had him in that area around the Hortman house, that 3 square miles. And we would come to find out later that hours earlier he had gotten free of that zone and was in Minneapolis. So, you know, how you read, you know, the tea leaves and what you think and then what you're told, and you try to read between the lines there. You know, you can kind of make of it what you will. But, you know, they clearly kept, I know they, even after sort of freeing up that road where the car was abandoned and opening up the roadway, towing that vehicle, they remained in full force. I checked in with So Young, our colleague down there, and she had said that there was still a huge presence at the staging area. So I think they were kind of now starting to really zero in and press in on Belter, and we've now seen in the last 20 minutes, 30 minutes or so, what that ended up with, which is his arrest. And I did just, my photographer is, looks like scanning some social media, and there's a photo, Ramsey County, showing his arrest. So, yeah, so there's a photo now out there
also,
that would
Paul, I don't know if you got word of this.
Ramsey County Sheriff's Office. So the Sheriff's Office is sharing that. So that's an official source of information there.
Also, Paul, I don't know if you heard, because you've been talking to us, but Lori just told us 10:30 news conference. So it looks like we're going to be getting some information at that time as well. And it's interesting. Go ahead.
No, it would just be at this podium behind me. We were getting some indication they were shooting for that. It wasn't sort of something that they wanted me to move on, to put out there yet. But if you are getting official word now, yes. So about 40 minutes away. I don't know what the tone will be here. Obviously, it is massive relief. I talked to you guys earlier today, about how that's rippled out. Obviously, you have a family grieving, family recovering. But, as they take the next steps towards funerals and the like, police departments are guarding legislators right now, fearing this manifesto and this list. So to have him in custody is an enormous relief for many, many people around this state. But again, it does nothing to change the horrific acts of the last 48 hours. So it'll be interesting to see what tone is taken here. I would expect to see, again, similar people like the DPS commissioner, the BCA superintendent. Does the governor come back here? Right. I just don't know at this point, but we will certainly be here 40 minutes from now.
So I don't know. Our producers are working on this backstage. Obviously, a couple things we'd like to see, that Ramsey County arrest picture when we can get that. But secondly, I'm wondering if So Young Kim, who is on scene, is still available to us to discuss or at least talk about what she may have witnessed or seen or heard there on site in the last 15 or 20 minutes or so. Is that available to us or not?
It's okay. Yeah, they're trying to log in. Okay. We also have our Karen Scullin, who's out there as well with the photojournalists, and so we're going to be able to have a couple of different conversations out there from that area. It was, some sourcing that some folks here had to let us know that they were getting close, and then as soon as So Young, who is in that area, got that alert, that's when we sort of decided that we were going to get into place here just in case. So we have the two crews out there tonight, and then Paul Bloom, of course, is standing by for that 10:30 press conference where we do anticipate that we're going to get confirmation of everything here. And Paul was just talking about it there sort of at the end, and one of the many tragedies here is that we have had to spend so much time talking about this man. In the wake of the deaths of people who we should be, talking so much more about them and Melissa Hortman's legacy, her husband Mark, his life, and everything that he did for his family, and of course the Hoffman family and everything that they've been through. It's unfortunate that this has overshadowed all of that, and that we've had to focus so much on this manhunt.
And I will tell you anecdotally, personally, from knowing these people for as long as they've been in politics, I was up until a few hours ago in Canada, and it resonated as far up there as you can imagine. It would, obviously, a very national, international story like this, but it was a shock. It was just shock that this could happen not only at all, but in the state of Minnesota at this time in history, that something so horrific would happen in our backyard, and the rest of the world was feeling it as well.
And what made this just particularly, I mean, a lot of us have had interactions with these lawmakers. I realize not everybody at home has, so they were more humanized to us, of course, but public figures. But I think the piece of this that was so unnerving to just sort of the general public was the fact that the vulnerability of these that these couples and these families were in their home in the middle of the night, believing that there was a police officer who was trying to give them information. You know, nowadays, if an officer shows up at your door in the middle of the night, you fear the worst. And of course, you're going to go to that door. And we have learned now, police tell us, you know, a lot of people talk about, well, is it safe to, you know, just always call 911, you know, and verify that if that's something that you're concerned about. It's just, there are so many layers to this that we haven't even had time to process, frankly, because we have been so focused on making sure that this man was captured and could not harm anybody else.
Yeah, so just to update those viewers and listeners that may just be joining us, may have joined us online as well, which we know you do. The man you see there on your screen right now, Vance Bolter, 57 years old, arrested in the area of Green Isle tonight, actually in the very near or on the property of the Bolter farm, which is where this search began yesterday. For him, at least a search for what would have been clues to what had happened began there at that farm. There it is on a map, so you can kind of see where we're talking about. And if the Twin Cities were on that map, it would be up to the northeast of there, not far. But far enough. And I think it's important to say the names of the people that he's alleged to have shot. Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark, killed in their Brooklyn Park home. Prior to that, Democratic Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette shot in their home. We have details that Senator Hoffman was shot 9 times, hit 9 times. His wife Yvette hit 8 times, but they were rushed to the hospital. The latest information we have on the Hoffmans is they will survive. So that is the good news. All
right, let's take a look. I believe we have our first image of Vance Bolter being apprehended tonight. This is from Ramsey County, an official photo here from Ramsey County showing the moments that Vance Bolter was taken into custody tonight. You can see by what he's wearing how you know, sort of dirty he is, that he had been laying low in that field, and we know from the audio that he was told to get up, and you can see that he had been hiding for some time. As far as what he's, you know, wearing, and you know, we'd have to compare that with the many different sort of changes throughout since the incidents happened, the murders and the attempted murders happened on Saturday morning. But this is what he was wearing, and that is what he looks like as he was apprehended just a short time ago.
And for a timing reference for our viewers out there and listeners, that this really was just moments ago. We have fortunately had a very good sourcing operation tonight, both in Green Isle, both in the city, and boy, networking that really worked out to cover this story for all of you at home. The first information we had that something was going to go down, or it appeared that something was going to go down, was about 8:45. So it was happening fast, and our sources were spot on. We had a trail cam image of him in that area, which initiated a search from the air via drone. Law enforcement descended in that area. They'd been in the area, but they went in full force, and they pinpointed him in a cornfield. And as we heard from Paul Bloom's audio just a short time ago, you could hear very clearly he was in that dirt, he was laying down, he was asked to stand up and go toward their voices. There was a warrant out for his arrest, and he did exactly that. He was arrested without incident right there in that Green Isle area, right there on the Bolter property, or very near the Bolter property, which has sort of been the focus of this investigation, probably from a, you know, what initiated this thing from an evidence perspective. Yeah. They needed to go through that property. To have him end up there is extremely interesting. Shooter's vehicle, 3 AK-47 assault rifles, a 9mm handgun, disassembled 9mm firearm, ballistic vest, gold police style badge. All that fits the description of a man posing as a police officer when he knocked on the doors of these two Minnesota politicians and their spouses.
Lori, do we have So Young or do we have Karen? Okay. They're all right. They're just logging in here. In just about a minute, we're going to take you out live to Green Isle. I don't know if we want to pop that picture up. I know. Sorry, Lori. We've got producers in the booth kind of shuffling things around back there. But okay, so here's the live picture of Green Isle. This would be not necessarily right where the farm is. You can see a little bit more of a paved road there. There's been a staging area, so I'm not sure exactly how close our crew is. I know they wouldn't have been able to get very close to the farm. Yeah, they're moving around just a little bit here. Where law enforcement has been staged here for the last couple of days. Yeah, that looks like that area to me. So
it actually went down very quickly when you think about it.
It did. And so we'll kind of go through some of that with So Young here, because again, you know, if you're just joining us, I know people are kind of coming into the coverage here as we're continuing on. And we do want to remind folks, I don't know if the race is still going on, but the race that we cut into would be, it is over. Okay, that coverage was on Fox Local. Thank you. Appreciate that, or Fox Plus. So we want to reset things just a little bit here because we have an incredible development that has come about here in the course of the last sort of 2 hours or so, hour and a half or so, Randy, in that we now have sources that have confirmed. We have now seen a photograph from Ramsey County Sheriff that Vance Bolter is in custody and he has been taken alive.
I can kind of give our viewers a rundown of how it all went down. Approximately an hour and a half ago, as Amy points out, we had tips from our sources that Vance Bolter, the suspect, alleged killer, had been spotted on a trail cam. You all know what trail cams are. They're posted out there for wildlife and other reasons, security reasons, but some resident in that area of the Bolter farm, the area there that we're talking about, just for those of it's the 355 block of 200th Street there, and the farm itself is very near there, but that area is where they picked up an image of Bolter on a trail cam. Moments later, we got word that law enforcement had also picked him up from a drone in the sky, and it was still daylight at that time, so they could clearly see a man in fatigues with a backpack, presumably armed, making his way through a cornfield. Corn is very short right now, so easy to see.
What a blessing that we have a later, sunset here to take us so late.
Yeah, and so within moments of that, we got word that there was a possible arrest without incident, and from there it has ballooned into a definite arrest of the suspect. And we saw the images there. And So Young Kim has been in that area since she started her schedule tonight, and she witnessed some of this sort of assembling of law enforcement in that area.
Yeah, so Young, kind of describe, I guess, where you are as it relates to maybe the farm or that staging area, and then talk to us about the alert that you received and about what time that was.
Yeah, we're here in Green Isle, right near the staging area. Their staging area is kind of in a parking lot near a baseball field. So we're about a couple of miles away from that alert you mentioned that came directly to my phone right around 9 o'clock. It mentioned that the Minnesota shooter was seen on foot in military gear and armed. So that was around 9 o'clock. And then, like you mentioned, a few minutes after that, we understand that he was taken in a cornfield nearby. And the last couple of days, we've been talking to neighbors in the area. I also spoke with someone on the phone who lives right in this area, right off of Highway 25. His property was searched. So authorities, what they explained to us a few hours ago, they kind of obviously mentioned there was a car of interest that they believe Belter was using yesterday. They found that maybe 7 miles down the road here, Highway 25. That was maybe earlier this morning. It was towed away around maybe before 4 o'clock this afternoon. So earlier this afternoon, that car was towed away. This area was still being searched. It was blocked off. This part of Highway 25 was still blocked off for several hours after that. And even after the roads reopened a few hours ago, police presence, especially in the staging area, remained largely unchanged. And we know why. They were honing in and zoning in on Belter, but they hadn't released that publicly until we received that alert. Listening for any movements, getting any updates from law enforcement here. And now we know that they were zeroing in here and kind of staying nearby because they had reason to believe that he was still in the area. That was a big question a lot of these neighbors had. A lot of people were scared just with the law enforcement presence in the area. Authorities weren't ruling out any possibilities. So he could have been in the area. People weren't sure if he had left the state or we know TSA, other federal agencies were also involved, keeping a watch to potentially watch that he doesn't flee the country. But now we know he really was kind of back in this area, which is near Green Isle, which we know is the address of a family home and property nearby. So everything kind of happened in this area right off of Highway 25. And we know that now he has taken in this staging area in the last maybe 10 to 15 minutes. Now we see some patrol cars maybe packing up for the night or moving. We kind of have seen a little bit of movement, more than we've seen throughout the night, of maybe some of these squad cars or some of these agencies, because there's so many agencies out here. Hundreds of patrol units, but multi-agency from local, county to federal. We have seen some patrol cars leave the area and leave the staging area potentially for the night. And this is such a big relief for everyone involved, not just these communities and the neighbors we've spoken to, but Paul had mentioned, there was a hit list. And with Belter still out there, he's a suspected, shooter in these cases. It was just a nightmare situation all weekend for some of these lawmakers that have been informed they were on the list, for these communities, knowing that a potential shooter was still armed and dangerous in their communities. This is just such a major development and a major point of relief for everyone, not just in these communities, but across the state and across the country, really.
Yeah, we are seeing what you're seeing as well. It does look like law enforcement is clearing the area. You can see Brooklyn Park there. They're the main investigator, and certainly with that investigative unit there, they have an investigative van. That is likely the end result of this apprehension of Belter tonight, 57-year-old Vance Belter. I also think it's important at a time like this, when we have some degree of resolution to this case. It's been more than 24 hours. People were certainly on edge in all kinds of areas. And the question remains tonight, how does he end up back in some ways where this investigation began at the family property out there near Green Isle? We don't know the answer to that. We might get an answer, but the reality is that's where this thing came to a culmination. What his choice was, what his intentions were, we do not know. We may never know about that. But I think, Amy, it's important to talk about and name the people who are alleged to have been victimized. And if we can just bring up some images of Melissa Hortman and the others, it's important that we remember what we've lost here in the state of Minnesota as a result of this horrific crime. Those 4 victims, 2 deceased and 2 badly injured in the hospital as we speak. There's Melissa and her husband, Mark, there. Many of you would recognize Melissa if you watch the news at all. She's on often as a prominent Democratic figure in this state.
Yeah, Speaker of the House for several years, Speaker Emerita right now, which is sort of a shared speaker role in the House. This was a photo that was taken the night before Mark and Melissa were killed. This was an annual DFL dinner, as described by many as sort of Democrat prom, if you will. And a lot of folks there who had a chance to sort of give them hugs and just sort of talk to them and catch up, not knowing that would be the last time that they would have those conversations. So that's Mark and Melissa.
Quickly about
right
Mark,
there.
too, we intended to air some sound from a friend of Mark's. His name is Ross Bennett. Obviously devastated. He lives very close to them in their neighborhood, in the Hortman neighborhood there. And he tells us that when Melissa was busy with her political work, her husband Mark would often call him just to hang out. Last time they talked to Mark was Friday, obviously just hours before this shooting. Described for us the couple outside the public eye. He described Melissa as a regular person as you could find, someone who'd been as deeply involved in politics as she was still a normal person, a regular person. He, talking about Mark, one of the most authentic people you'll ever meet. Authentic, incredibly positive. He has a smile on his face, as you can see right there. He would always, he says, light up a room. That last conversation was again on Friday. It was brief, according to Ross, and he was talking about going to a Twins game in a couple weeks. The two would often go to Target Field together for baseball games.
Yeah, and think about that family dynamic and what kind of a job she has and the support that he has been, and they have 2 children. Of course, this is State Senator John Hoffman, and I don't know that we have a picture of his wife Yvette. If we do, okay, Lori's working on that. She works for a school district in Fernbrook, and has is so Fern. Okay, thank you, Lori. Fernbrook Elementary in Maple Grove is where she works, and of course we've seen that GoFundMe that they've put together for her and for John as they continue to recover. We haven't gotten much detail as far as how they're doing, their conditions, other than yesterday we know that they did come out of surgery, and that they're expected to survive. We haven't gotten much information on the extent of the injuries there.
We did hear.
Lori, go ahead. Yeah. Okay, so that particular GoFundMe, Fernbrook PTO, I believe, is the one who put that on. Is that, what did you say? You said 90? $91,000. So that's been growing exponentially.
I can read, if you're talking about Yvette, we did get a late this evening, we did get an update from Senator Amy Klobuchar.
Oh, please, yes.
Yeah, she tweeted out a text from Yvette. It reads in part this: our family is so, this is from Yvette, the woman you see there, the husband of John, reads in part, our family is so humbled by the love and outpouring we've received from everyone. John is enduring many surgeries right now and is closer every hour to being out of the woods. And this is the part that struck me tonight when I was reading this earlier. John took 9 bullet hits. She says, I took 8 bullet hits. And we are both incredibly lucky to be alive, and that is an understatement if ever I've heard one. And we mentioned that GoFundMe for both John and Yvette.
Yeah. John, known as
in
a
their recovery.
Disability advocate for so many things, and we'll continue to talk about them throughout our coverage tonight, as that is so important. The latest developments, though, a very important development, are Paul Bloom. It sounds like you have a little bit more information for us.
Yeah, just a comment I wanted to pass along to our viewers. We are in the State's Emergency Operations Center in the North Metro. We have been promised a 10:30 news conference with officials that I have now confirmed will include the Brooklyn Park Police Chief. We met yesterday at the news conference, Mark Bruley. I asked if there was anything I could convey from him, and he said just that this was the largest manhunt in the state's history. 43 hours, and we had the suspect in custody, leveraged hundreds of federal, state, county, and local law enforcement. Quote, historic and amazing. The thoughts of Brooklyn Park Police Chief Mark Bruley, of course. It was his city where Speaker Emerita Melissa Hortman and Mark Hortman were shot and killed yesterday around 3:30 in the morning. 43 hours later, Vance Belter, the suspected gunman, political assassin, is in custody. He has been charged. We shared those charges with you that have been unsealed in Hennepin County. We also understand there are federal charges filed against him. We haven't seen that complaint yet. And I wanted to read the words. The Ramsey County Sheriff's Office was the first place we saw that photo of Belter under arrest. Quote, the face of evil. After relentless and determined police work, the killer is now in custody, thanks to the dedication of multiple agencies working together along with support from the community. Justice now one step closer, and it's that photo of him in handcuffs. The law enforcement in those camouflage, almost military-looking fatigues, have him under arrest and in custody. And now the criminal case prosecution begins against him. We're about 5 minutes away now from what we expect to hear from all sorts of officials. No word yet if the governor's coming back here tonight, but certainly, as I mentioned there, the Brooklyn Park Police Chief will be here. A huge sigh of relief in that community. I am being asked to try to maybe play that community one more time. This room is getting kind of loud, but this was the audio of the arrest. 12 seconds. We played it several times for you. If you're just joining us now, it's probably worth trying again. But again, the room's gotten a lot louder in the last few minutes as media has poured in for this 10:30 news conference. Here it is. Listen closely.
Guys, we have an arrest warrant. Take a look around. You are surrounded. Stand up with your hands empty and above your head and come to the sound of my voice. We have an arrest warrant. Take a look around. You are surrounded. Stand up with your hands empty and above your head and come to the sound of my voice.
Do that one more time.
Guys, we have an arrest warrant. Take a look around. You are surrounded. Stand up with your hands empty and above your head and come to the sound of my voice.
And just having that picture on screen with it, it really puts you in that moment, in that field. Again, as we understood it, as one police source commented, that he was crawling in on the ground. He was spotted above by drone. A trail camera had picked up an image of him earlier. And again, he chose to end this peacefully and did follow his voice, the voices, and in custody there. So again, I'm curious to see the tone that it's taken. Clearly relief. We spoke earlier in the day about, just anecdotally, another police chief in the metro who has officers outside every elected official 24 hours, each hour of the day since this manifesto, and names, even names not on that list. Police were guarding homes over the last 43 hours during this manhunt. They were responding to tips, to calls. There was 400 plus tips that came in to the official BCA tip line, a $50,000 reward for the suspected gunman. And there he is on your screen, alive, under arrest, and now just minutes away from hearing sort of the official accounting from state officials who opened this emergency operations center yesterday to coordinate this search. Dozens of agencies, federal, all the alphabet soup of the federal agencies, state, local, police. But this, I know deep down, I know Mark really pretty well, this was personal for Brooklyn Park, and to have this man under arrest right now means so much. And I shared his words with you a minute ago, but huge relief in that community tonight.
It sounds like we're a couple of minutes away from the press conference, and we've been told that Governor Walz will be there. We imagine that when that time, when and if it came, that Governor Walz would want to be at the forefront there to deliver that news, as he was the one who had to deliver the horrible, tragic news Saturday morning of the deaths of his friends and colleagues, and the massive loss for the state of Minnesota and for those families. And
before we get going on that update from law enforcement, I want to read a bit about what this man is facing. The complaint has been unsealed, the warrant. It was unsealed the moment he was arrested. I can tell you the counts at which he will be, at least at this juncture, charged with. Count 1 would be second-degree murder with intent. Count 2, that would be the first victim. Count 2, the second victim, second-degree murder with intent, not premeditated. You can see them on your screen. I will read them for you. Some descriptions: that on the first count on June 14th, Hennepin County, Vance Luther Belter, acting with the intent to kill, caused the death of victim 1. We can presume that was either Melissa or her husband Mark using a firearm. And count 2, same description, victim 2 using a firearm. Then we move on to the attempted, which was count 3. That is with the Hoffman family, Yvette and John Hoffman. And count 5, or count 4, I should say, also murder in the second degree with intent, not premeditated. Those likely might get amended to second degree, depending on how, or second degree attempted versus second degree murder. So we will watch that. And the bail as it's set right now would be set at felony level bail, $5 million.
I don't know, guys, if we want to double box here with the shot of the press conference. There we go. Yeah, just to kind of visually let people know, Yeah, let's stay on this here because it's imminent. It's going to be happening shortly. I want to just let folks know that we're going to take this live as soon as it goes. But we did get some more information here. Of course, Paul just played I don't even know how you describe it. That hearing that audio and seeing his photo.
Up there in the remote parts of Ontario, and from a personal standpoint, it just made me reflect on, I'm in a part of the country where it seems so pristine and so beautiful, yet we're reminded that these kind of things are happening all too often, right in our backyard in this particular case. And it's devastating for those people affected by it. And these people are so closely affected by it that it just breaks your heart.
Yeah. At the same time, we heard from so many of the lawmakers who said we cannot normalize this. We cannot treat this as if this is sort of a symptom of the society that we live in. This is not normal. This is evil. This is an act of evil that needs to be sort of separated from, I think, everything else, because this is different and this is evil, and we can't normalize it.
I was listening to some of the cable outlets talking about this event from afar, and one of the questions that was asked of one of the people that was being interviewed is, why do you think this would happen? And there is no why. I mean, you can't sort of reason this sort of thing as to what the reasoning behind something so horrific happens. It happens for people who are just absolutely, outside the bounds of normalcy and outside the bounds of how we all think. And this is something that's why it's so profoundly bothersome and hurtful to the people that have to see this, especially Minnesotans who know these people, both publicly and personally.
And at the same time, the lesson here, the outcome in honor of the legacy of someone like Speaker Emerita Hortman and her husband Mark is that hopefully we can do better in our tones, in our rhetoric, in our relationships with each other, especially in the political world. We do have one statement here that we can share with you.
Let's look at a statement from Senator Smith's. This is obviously on the suspect's arrest, so this statement came out just moments ago. Thank you for the incredible effort of law enforcement. Simple, to the point. Senator Tina Smith, Democrat, Minnesota. These will come in, and we will share as many of these with you as we can, both tonight and tomorrow. This is from Kelly Morrison, Democrat, Minnesota, Representative Kelly Morrison. So incredibly grateful. She was here, this morning. So incredibly grateful to all of our state, local, and federal law enforcement who've been working together seamlessly and tirelessly all weekend to keep our community safe and track the assailant down. I want to say, too, this person impersonating a police officer is hurtful for every law enforcement officer out there who wears the badge, who wears the uniform, that someone would do this and stain in incredible ways the efforts, the hard work, the protectionism that they give all of us every single day, that someone would do this under the guise of a police officer.
Right, and steal the sense of security of anybody who has an officer knock at their door. And now from here on out, may wonder and question. I wanted to mention to Representative Morrison, Senator Tina Smith, both we were able to confirm were on the list. Yeah. They were on this list. Representative Morrison, who is here on the arrest of who police believe was at the hands of their death.
This whole thing came, as you know, Amy, and as many of our viewers know, and certainly those of us that cover the Capitol, this came just really days after a bipartisan bill was passed. And
center with the professionalism and giving the tools necessary to law enforcement to do their job. To Melissa and Mark's family, I cannot fathom your pain and the grief that you're going through. We'll take solace in the memory and the work that Melissa did, and you can rest assured that we will put every ounce of effort that the state of Minnesota has to make sure that justice is served and the individual responsible for this serves the time for the unspeakable act. State grieves with you. To John and Yvette Hoffman, the latest news is Senator Hoffman came out of his final surgery and is moving towards recovery. Yvette is healing. And I think when the story comes out, and I'd like to say on behalf of the state of Minnesota, the heroic actions by the Hoffman family and their daughter Hope saved countless lives, and we are grateful. Bureau of Criminal Apprehension will continue to investigate. We will keep you informed. We'll spare no expense and no work to make sure that that happens. A moment in this country where we watched violence erupt. This cannot be the norm. It cannot be the way that we deal with our political differences. Now's the time for us to recommit to the core values of this country. And each and every one of us can do it. Talk to a neighbor rather than arguing. Debate an issue. Shake hands. Find common ground. This is who Melissa Hortman was. In the first negotiating session that I had a chance to work with her, she got all the partners in the room, and she provided each and every one of us a copy of a book called Getting to Yes. And the whole premise was debating with a sense of goodwill, a sense of trying to come to compromises that serve everyone. And because of her, we did that. Because of her, we did that year after year after year. That's the embodiment of how things are supposed to work. It's not about hatred. It's not about mean tweets. It's not about demeaning someone. It's leading with grace and compassion and vision and compromise and decency. That was taken from us in Minnesota with the murder of Speaker Hortman. So for each and every one of us to truly honor, and we will continue to honor that spirit, but we will need to do it in just more than actions in a memorial. Conducting ourselves in the spirit that Melissa Hortman did her work is what the country needs to heal. I will once again say the deep debt of gratitude. These professionals standing behind us and countless others. This was, you'll hear from them, incredibly complex. And to take this suspect in with no life of life or injuries to civilian population and to bring him in alive so he can serve justice, which he will do in Minnesota, is an incredible thing that we are grateful for. With that, I'm going to turn it over to the professionals, starting with Commissioner of Public Safety for the state of Minnesota, Bob Jacobson. Thank you.
Good evening. It's good to see you all here tonight. Thank you for coming in. My name is Bob Jacobson. I'm the Commissioner of Public Safety. And again, it's my honor to serve in that position. First of all, I want to thank all of the law enforcement agencies that have been working tirelessly over the past 2 years since the shooting at Senator Hoffman's home. The coordination between state, local, and federal law enforcement partners is the reason we are here tonight, and the suspect is in custody. Bolter exploited the trust our uniforms are meant to represent. That betrayal is deeply disturbing to those of us who wear the badge with honor and responsibility. We want to thank community members across the state for their support, for their tips, and their information. And I want to thank Governor Walz for his continued support through this very difficult time. With that, I will pass this off to Superintendent Drew Evans of the BCA. Thank you.
Well, good evening, everyone. My name is Drew Evans. I'm Superintendent of the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. As was noted and was previously described, Vance Bolter was taken into custody in Sibley County. We were with you earlier today when we provided information about the manhunt and the myriad of law enforcement that have come together working in partnership so that this evil cannot be continued. The first step in a case like this is that we take him into custody.
What I love about my school is that it gives everybody love.
Rocky Mountain Prep is an amazing place for our students to learn, to have fun, and to graduate and be ready for the real world.
That were down there, and I may even be missing some in terms of this because there were law enforcement partners, not just from the Twin Cities, but across the state of Minnesota that came together. From the Brooklyn Park Police Department, the Tri-City SWAT Team, Eagan Police Department, Burnsville Police Department, our South Metro SWAT Team, the FBI, ATF, United States Marshal Service, State Patrol, Washington County Sheriff's Office, Ramsey County Sheriff's Office, the Richfield Police Department, St. Paul Police Department, Bloomington Police Department, Sibley County. We had Riverview Medics, Green Isle Fire Department and Lifelink in the area, in addition to Prior Lake, Crow River SWAT, and the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office. And again, I may have been missing, and I apologize to my partners for that we do that. I share all of that for you because that's the commitment when this sort of evil is in one of our communities, that law enforcement comes together to put all of their resources together to make sure that that person is taken into custody. That is so that people across the state of Minnesota and legislators that were targeted in these attacks and that may have been listed can breathe a sigh of relief as quickly as possible as we came together in an incredibly complex set of circumstances in that. He was arrested, as you saw earlier this evening, in the area of 35600 block of 200th Street, Green Isle. What happened in that is, as we noted, there was a manhunt going throughout the day in that area that we've discussed previously, and there was information provided that he was seen in the area. When that information was provided to the investigators that were conducting the ground search, they converged on the area with a number of SWAT teams with the assistance of the Air Wing from Minnesota State Patrol, and we'll provide a few more details about the end of coming into custody in a little bit, but he was taken into custody at that time. He is in custody, and a reminder for anybody that was not, when we've previously said that, taken into custody under a state criminal warrant. That information will be made public, if it is not already, detailing the complaint that he is charged in the cases at this time with the murders of Speaker Hortman and her husband, Mark Hortman, also with the shootings in John Hoffman and Yvette Hoffman for those crimes, and will be moving forward. We are also in close contact with our federal partners, both the FBI, United States Attorney's Office, who are examining whether or not additional charges should be brought at the federal level related to this at this time. There is a lot of investigation that continues, and I'm going to turn it over to Chief Bruley to provide some comments on this and the work. I just want to tell, certainly for the communities of Champlin, City of Brooklyn Park, you both have incredibly professional police departments that work day in, day out and tirelessly in this situation to bring justice and work towards that, not only for the families and the loved ones and the community that are impacted, but for the entire state of Minnesota. And our teams are incredibly proud to work alongside them and all the law enforcement partners. And so with that, I will turn it over to Chief Bruley for some comments on this, and the work will continue in partnership with them and others moving forward. Chief.
Good evening. I'm Police Chief Mark Bruley, Brooklyn Park Police Department. Just a few comments. One, I'm very proud to tell you that we took the suspect into custody who is responsible for this. That was within 43 hours of the incident. There's no question that this is the largest manhunt in the state's history. Just down at the scene where he was taken into custody, there was 20 different SWAT teams over an extremely large area hunting this individual down to take him into custody. I believe that the state of Minnesota and certainly the city of Brooklyn Park should be extremely proud of the police officers within the city of Brooklyn Park, but the partnerships that we had are unprecedented between the federal agents, the county, the locals, and others around. It is absolutely an incredible task what went on. Essentially, the Brooklyn Park Police Department was turned over into an operations center, and that's all that hundreds of detectives worked on tirelessly for 43 hours. So while this has come to some conclusion where we've made an arrest, there is a ton of work that needs to be done. So I encourage community members, if there's evidence, information, or other things, please continue to feed that information to the Brooklyn Park Police Department so that we can fully investigate this and present a complete case to both the federal jurisdiction and the Hennepin County Attorney's Office. With that, I'll turn it over to the State Patrol.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jeremy Geiger. I'm the Lieutenant Colonel with the Minnesota State Patrol, the Assistant Chief. The Minnesota State Patrol, along with countless other partners, were responsible for this arrest. The collaborative effort, I cannot stress enough how outstanding that was, helped ensure the suspect's arrest did not result in the injury of any law enforcement that was down there and in the area. We had special response teams on the scene near 200th Street in Sibley County. Several partner law enforcement SWAT teams positioned to form a perimeter at that point in time. The State Patrol also provided the air support that was talked about earlier today. The suspect crawled to law enforcement teams and was placed under arrest at that point in time. There was no use of force by any member of law enforcement that was out there, and the suspect was taken into custody without any use of force. Thank you.
With that, we will open it up for a few questions. Reminder, please introduce yourself, your media organization. If you have a question for one of the specific individuals, please feel free to point that out as well.
And that he came when he was taken into custody, but we'll be sifting through all of that information from there. What's that? I can't on the weapons at this time, so Paul.
Just kind of elaborating on sort of the Hoffman question. To me, the encounter at Speaker Horton's house with, I believe, the Portland Park Police, and there was a gunfire there. The fact is, you then have to abandon that vehicle with several weapons.
Yeah.
Criminal complaint. How significant was that in preventing any further tragedy and ending it with him on the ground in Sibley County?
Yeah, the question is, again, expanding on the Hoffmans and providing addition. What I'll tell you, Chief Bruley mentioned this yesterday, and his police officers going to check proactively on Speaker Hortman's home at that time. If that had not had happened, I have every confidence that this would have continued throughout the day. By his officers encountering him at that, it was forced to abandon the vehicle that he had at that time and lead to what we got to today. So by that incident occurring and the law enforcement communication that was occurring, it allowed the proactive approach that was able to get to the point where they were able to now eventually take him into custody today.
Thank you. I just want to clarify, there's a little bit of detail that the Ramsey County Sheriff has provided. I just wanted to see if we can nail it down. So it's the detail that he had provided to the Star Tribune is that for about an hour, Bolter had tried to evade arrest and that 8 teams crawled in a ditch to try to corral him. I don't know if you have that level of detail, but additionally, because you were able to take him into custody without incident, what did your law enforcement officers say to him to go out and have him taken?
So the question is about the teams and then what was done to get him into custody. So we don't get into operational details for the safety of our law enforcement going forward in terms of what it is. But what I can say is the incredible teamwork that was done and the large number of law enforcement certainly put us in a position where they were able to maneuver into this area to safely put him in a place where, you know, I don't know what was going through his head and I wouldn't speculate, but they have incredibly professional teams that are trained on this and how to take somebody into custody, and they provided the commands and he gave up peacefully.
Superintendent Jonah Kaplan from WCCO and CBS News. First, if you could just speak personally for you and all your colleagues. I imagine this is a relief for a lot of you. Can you talk about what it means to you personally to have this done only a few hours ago? You were
that we believed that he was in was spotted many hours before and had been abandoned. An alert police officer believed that he may have seen the individual running into the woods, and that started a large-scale perimeter that we set up, or down in Sibley County set up, and we started to deploy resources, including the Brooklyn Park SWAT team, and along with many other SWAT teams, to contain an extremely large area, knowing that this is a very dangerous individual. During that, we got privy to additional information of an individual that was in the woods, and that search went on for many hours until ultimately we were able to locate him in the woods. In approximately an hour and a half or so, we were able to close the distance in with the technology and the State Patrol helicopter, and where we were able to call him out to us. Yeah, it's absolutely way too soon to say that right now. That's where the investigation, we have been just solely focused on the manhunt. And the goal is to give some calm to the situation of many individuals that were on the list that were worried about their safety. And this is a very dangerous individual for our community. And that's why so many resources and such a great collaboration came together to focus on removing him from society so that we can restore some sort of calm and bring some healing to our community and to our state. Now begins the hard work of looking at what the motive is, looking at putting this case together, and so that's yet to come.
I know there are politicians from Wisconsin on this. What other states have people on this?
It was multiple states. I don't have the exhaustive list, but it was multiple states that were on there.
Do you have some states that were on the list?
We can. There's a few. I don't want to say it because it won't be exhaustive, but Wisconsin, Illinois, Michigan, some others that were on there. There was a variety in Nebraska, Iowa. We've had contact. What I will tell you, and I will not get into any more specifics beyond that, we are in coordination with our federal partners and our fusion centers in those states to coordinate with local law enforcement and the FBI in those states and the state fusion centers that are there to be able to provide that information and notify those individuals that they were on that list.
Are you concerned that there's other people out there that could have been working with them?
The question is, are we concerned there's other people out there that could be working with them? We will fully explore that. I've said on this, we are relatively confident, we are confident that the violence that he committed and the murders he committed and the attempted murders, that he conducted that activity alone. We will be exploring if there are any broader network. We have not uncovered any of that at this time, but that will be part of our investigation, and we will fully explore that. So thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. We can go. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
All right, there's the end of that multi-unit press conference detailing the capture and arrest in the state's largest manhunt in history for the suspect in the murders of Melissa Hortman, Representative Hortman. Vance Luther Bolter, 57 years old. They detailed how he was spotted. It looked like an abandoned vehicle, a man heading into a woods, and that's what started today's manhunt in that specific area of Green Isle, which was a area that they had investigated and gone over with a fine-tooth comb Saturday as a result of it being in the family property.
Yeah, before we kind of get into some more of those details, and I know Paul's standing by as well, just the update that we received on Senator Hoffman and Yvette is that Senator Hoffman, of course, came out of his final surgery, is what we were told here tonight, and Yvette, I guess he characterized it as she's healing.
Yeah.
So just wanted to let folks know that that's. Oh, okay. Lori tells us that we do have a statement from the Hoffman family. Let's take a look at that as we want to try to just remember the folks who are so impacted here. But she says this is about 3 pages, but you can see there. Let's see this is from the Hoffman family. Oh, wait a second. Is this?
This is from Yvette, yeah?
Yeah, it's a little far, Lori. But first and foremost, John and I hold a deep and profound gratitude for the work of our law enforcement agencies and the public for their help in bringing the suspect to justice while diligently keeping our communities safe during this extremely difficult and senseless event. So as I'm reading this, Randy, John and I, this sounds like this is from Yvette.
Yeah.
John and I are both incredibly lucky to be alive. We continue our healing journey and are humbled by the outpouring of love and support our family has received from across the state and our nation.
And it goes on to say there is never a place for senseless political violence and loss of life. We are devastated by the loss of Melissa and Mark, and our hearts go out to all those who knew and loved them both. We are always at our best when we unite together again. That is from the Hoffman family, presumably written by Yvette, the wife of Senator John Hoffman, both recovering from multiple gunshot wounds. Senator Hoffman receiving 9 bullet hits and Yvette receiving 8 bullet hits. Amazing, and miraculously both are expected to survive.
It's amazing to hear from them tonight. This is the first time we've been able to actually hear from them, and it's wonderful to be able to get their reaction to this, and of course their daughter Hope, who was also in the home at the time and who we learned today is the one who ended up calling 911. And we just want to continue to remember them, and of course the Hortmans as well. Do we want to check in with Paul? Is he in a place to chat with us? Okay.
I think you're going to hear from Paul is that this was a law enforcement teamwork, huge amount of officers working on the capture of Luther Bolter. And so your take, basically big teamwork, biggest manhunt in Minnesota history, Paul, and they are relieved as much as we are that this man has been captured.
Yeah, I mean, a lot to unpack during that news conference as someone who jumped into coverage on this yesterday morning, reporting live outside the Hortman house, seeing that fake police squad car in that driveway. And I asked Drew Evans, I hope you heard that exchange, how important was the fact that Brooklyn Park Police went and checked the Hortman house. Tragically, they got there too late, but according to the charges, they got there as they saw this gunman, believed to be Vance Belter, fire and kill Mark Hortman, and then he had to abandon the vehicle. He was then on foot. Criminal complaint, unsealed tonight, would show there were several more guns, more ammunition, more weaponry in that security car. And the superintendent just said up there confidently that if he gets out of that neighborhood with that vehicle, with his list, his manifesto, a lot more likely would have happened along the lines of further tragedies. As it is, we lost Speaker Emerita. Yes, sorry, Amy.
No, go
Yes.
ahead, and I apologize for folks at home. There's a little bit of a delay here. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but at that point, I just wanted to sort of stop you and take folks through a little bit of the timeline there, because we know that after he fled that scene, there was, correct me if I'm wrong, but there was that scene in Minneapolis where the vehicle was, where he knocked out. Can you kind of take us through that? Because that looks to be sort of where he went after he left the Brooklyn Park scene. Is that right?
Right, he would have fled on foot. He got out the back doors, went back of the house, went out onto Edinburgh Golf Course, and then next spotted in Minneapolis. Photos of him at a business, photos of him, or video of him. We think getting into like his vehicle, knocking out a window, maybe picking up stuff around 6 a.m. Authorities had thought they had maybe contained him to a 3-mile square. Remember, there was that shelter-in-place order up in Brooklyn Park, but he clearly got out of there, and then would have picked up that vehicle that then is subsequently abandoned early today in Sibley County, that Buick. And remarkably, we just learned that they thought a police officer spotted him running into the woods. We talked in one of our earlier live shots, didn't we, about did they have this feeling that he was close once they found the hat? The car, you wonder now if he was running into the woods, and now the hat's on the ground, you start kind of potentially picking, kind of connecting some dots here. Did he take off into the woods, and that's where he's been, all this time? Eventually they would obviously, it sounded like, we've reported the drone use to pinpoint his exact location. We understand a trail camera was a key helper in identifying exactly where he was in that rural area of Sibley County. And then we had the helicopter. We had not heard that before, but the State Patrol helicopter, which would make sense that was providing even further, altitudinal, perspective on the ground below, a wooded area, swampy area, maybe difficult for people on the ground to make out an individual who's crawling around in the dirt, as we've been told he was. But that is what led these SWAT teams. And it was interesting to me, again, I had to have something of a relationship with the Brooklyn Park Police Chief, Mark Bruley, but this remained their case. You heard that in his voice, and it sounded like he was proud that it was his SWAT team that was initially, I mean, everyone will agree it was a massive law enforcement team effort, but I just heard in Mark Bruley's comments and his belief that this was their case, this was their speaker, this was their hometown that was so tragically crushed by what happened early Saturday morning, what's been described as a political assassination in Melissa Hortman's home on Edinburgh Golf Course yesterday morning. Now to the culmination, he is in custody, Vance Belter. They would not say where he is being held right now. They did say law enforcement is questioning him. I thought a couple of other interesting points that we should revisit. The fact that Drew Evans, the BCA superintendent, did list several other states of who was on this manifesto. I know authorities were trying to redefine what they meant by the manifesto. It might have been ramblings, notes, thoughts. It wasn't an edict. It wasn't a directive of what he was going to do, but it sort of conveyed what he was feeling. Drew Evans listing off Wisconsin, which we had known about. Some reporting locally had said several lawmakers in Wisconsin, Illinois, Iowa, Michigan, Nebraska. So several states have been alerted to the fact that names are on that list. And it is a scary time all across the metro. I've used this anecdote today talking to a suburban police chief whose city was not immediately impacted by what took place, but he's had to put squads out in front of even people not on the list, all of his lawmakers' homes in the jurisdiction that he covers because of the concern that Bolter may be targeting other people. He was alive. He was on foot. We didn't know where he was. Tonight, authorities knew where he was. They went in, massive team effort down there, and he is now in custody. I don't see the video return right now, but we obviously have that photo of him that has been shared widely tonight. There it is. Law enforcement SWAT teams in those military-like fatigues, the helmets, and Bolter, in custody. Superintendent Evans did not want to say what Bolter may have said upon his arrest, but he did clearly surrender peacefully. He put his hands up. He followed the voices as he was commanded to, and he's under arrest. Yeah, Randy, sorry about that.
Just a couple things there, and you're on the same vein as I'm trying to get some more details. The question was asked a couple times if whether or not law enforcement or investigators believe that anyone helped him. That was one thing. The other thing that was addressed was whether or not federal charges would come into play, and I know that that was a question that was asked early on as well. Address those for us if you can.
Yeah, let me take the federal. We understand a federal warrant was issued, a federal arrest warrant bulletin was put out nationwide out of an abundance of caution, was my understanding. I thought there were some underlying charges that went with that. The superintendent described eluding authorities, eluding prosecution as a federal offense, and that the warrant went out under that premise. He sort of backtracked, though, in his verbiage tonight, just saying the state charges are now unsealed, and now we'll consult with the feds to see if certain charges are appropriate. So I was curious about that. That's going to require a little bit more digging. But certainly the state charges commenced immediately. Those were filed under seal. They were released. We had the details earlier. I don't have able to quote, but again, heavy machinery, weaponry found in his SUV, a bunch of evidence, the mask that we see, that one photo of him in that creepy old, mask and silicone-type mask, which we believe now, connecting the dots, that photo was taken outside the home of Senator Hoffman. That was dropped, the mask, the badge, I'm trying to remember, the guns in the car. But there's the mask picture. We now know that the mask was dropped. The replica, a badge. Remember, I just remember, yesterday, Mark Bruley saying if that guy showed up in the room of law enforcement, you saw his badge, it would have looked just like mine. This guy would have looked just like law enforcement. And you think about who was in this room a moment ago and how law enforcement felt their commitment, their service was violated by this guy showing up in the dark of night to two lawmakers' home under the guise of being law enforcement, to wake those folks up and then to attempt to assassinate and clearly in the Hortman house assassinate, a husband and wife, a lawmaker. This meant so much to law enforcement. I told you earlier I was kind of curious the tone it would take, and I think you saw, what it was clearly, from the governor's emotion. Still, this can't happen again. The loss of a dear friend, a glass-breaking Speaker of the House, and Melissa Hortman, to the law enforcement, to Brooklyn Pride, taking pride that this was their case, their SWAT team. They were going to get this guy today. And here we are 43 hours later, the state's largest manhunt in its history, according to Brooklyn Park Police Chief Mark Bruley.
And Paul, just up on the screen there a moment ago, we just had a list of sort of the arsenal, some of the weapons that were found in his vehicle. And, we talk about the question you asked, which I think a lot of us who've been following this since the beginning have really looked at that pivotal moment when that Brooklyn Park sergeant in the middle of the night has that feeling and says, we need to proactively send a couple of officers to the Hortman home. And that timing, and while, you can look at it and say, well, they got there a little late. Of course, yes, there's that. And also, wow, look at what they thwarted here, and the fact that it completely changed we can only assume completely changed the course of what the suspect was going to do that day. Talk a little bit about the fact that 43 hours, Chief Bruley said, 43 hours. The fact that everything that has happened in the last 43 hours and there was no additional loss of life, public, law enforcement, it is just incredible given all the unknowns with this suspect.
And worth pointing out, Amy, we learned in this news conference when he was arrested, he was armed. So he still had weaponry with him. They did not elaborate on what he was found with, but he clearly kept some type of weaponry as he's on the run, on foot. But yes, the superintendent of the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension was crystal clear to my question that more tragedy would have unfolded had those Brooklyn Park police officers not encountered a bolter on the front stoop of the Hortman home. Tragic, the losses that occurred that day, but the lives that were saved by that action, putting him on foot. My perception as I'm just kind of processing it in my head and, trying to make sense of what could have been, I was thinking if he gets into that vehicle, maybe he's long gone by that point. He's no longer on foot. He doesn't have to go back to familiar turf, right? He goes back to the room he rented, we now know, in Minneapolis. He came back towards Sibley County where we know he has property. I wanted to ask how close the arrest was to his actual property. I didn't get a chance to do that. I would be curious to know that. But my thought was without the vehicle, he now had no, immediate plan to get away. But in hindsight, now that we see what was found in that SUV, I believe, and it doesn't matter what I believe, the superintendent said it, the BCA, the lead law enforcement guy in this state said, no doubt further tragedy would have had unfolded if not for that encounter on the front stoop of the Hortman home early yesterday morning.
Paul, it's been described as a political assassination by some, including us, and I think that's probably fairly safe in this situation, but it does beg the question, motive in a situation like that. That was addressed tonight, but it was brushed off in that they said, and correct me if I'm wrong, that they're working hard at looking at what the motive may have been. I assume that the manifesto, or what's described as a manifesto, would lend clue to that.
Yeah, the manifesto will be key. What do those readings say? The scrawlings, I think perhaps more importantly, I don't know the state of mind of this man at this point, but does he open up to authorities? There was sort of, as you think about the different scenarios, how this plays out, I think there probably are some people who are surprised he was taken alive and that he is in custody. And now he has the ability to speak out. I mean, I hate to bring up connecting this to anything else, but I think of the Mangione, the United Healthcare, killing assassination that so touched Minnesota as well. When someone is taken alive and has a political, message to share, what comes out, what do we hear, what does he say in court, what does he say when we see him next? I mean, here's a guy now, this begins the criminal process. Within 48 hours, he's going to have to make a first criminal court appearance. So I will be very curious to hear what he says. And then, yes, how the manifesto, again, it was described a little differently, more notes, more thinking, more thoughts. Why did he target these two lawmakers in particular, Champlin, Brooklyn Park? I mean, he's, as far as we know, he lives in Green Isle. He rents in Minneapolis. He's on this nonpartisan, board with the state of Minnesota. Where does, you need to start putting the pieces together. And I'm not an expert at this point on the man's life, but suffice to say, now that he's taken alive, you would certainly think we might get more insights into what he was thinking, why he tried to carry this out. And again, there are more names on this list, more states. Has he been in contact with other people? I'm curious to see how this unravels beyond just him. But as you heard authorities say tonight, right now, he is the one responsible for these just heinous attacks here in our home state.
Paul, I was wondering if anybody would ask, and maybe I guess it's not as relevant at this moment, but his family, wife, and we understand children as well, and they did come into play. At least the wife did come into play in some of this. Do you want to kind of go over that and what we know about what happened?
Yeah, we were able to ask Superintendent Evans about the wife earlier today. So yesterday morning, mid to late morning, the shelter-in-place order would have been in effect in Brooklyn Park. up in Onamia, so Mille Lacs County, total other direction, straight north up towards Lake Mille Lacs. Mille Lacs County, another county, probably what Randy would probably know a little better, but probably about an hour away from the metro in that direction. There is a traffic stop conducted. And I'm going to use the term detained. There were no arrests, but they stopped a vehicle that had Vance Bolter's wife and several other family members. We have confirmed that there were passports, there was cash in that car. Others have reported there was some weaponry in there. We know they held on to those folks, the wife, perhaps kids, but definitely loved ones, and questioned them, searched the vehicle. They felt the family was cooperative, so cooperative to the point that they ended up releasing them, that they were allowed to go on their way. And there were a lot of questions. I had them earlier today. Like, why not hold, family, even if, there's no direct connection, but as the superintendent said at that point, they cooperated, and in these times, people may act alone. I also think about that close friend at the Minneapolis, rooming house where he rented a room. They were reading text messages yesterday, sort of absolving them of any involvement. There was definitely, the authorities did confirm there was contact being made between him and other people close to him. They didn't necessarily feel they were being material aid, that they weren't necessarily helping him evade police or evade arrest. But yeah, that wife, I'd be curious to know more, and perhaps we'll learn more in the coming days. But in the end, there was a traffic stop conducted. And they just felt the family had cooperated enough to the point where they were allowed to continue on their own. Perhaps an indication, if we read it, for what it is, that this man acted alone, at least as it in relation to his own family.
Yeah, Paul, Governor Walz was the first to speak tonight. His message was fairly clear that, and I'll just quote one thing that he said. Melissa was the core of who we are in Minnesota. He was referencing her ability to bring, politically speaking, two sides together to just even discuss what can be a very diametrically opposed political environment at the state legislature at times. And he said that we should commit ourselves to the core value of who we are in this country and use that to discuss politics and discuss issues and then shake hands afterward. That was his description of who Melissa was. You have been around her as well. You've covered politics as much as any of us have. Give us some insight as to what he was sort of reading for the public there to take in.
Yeah. I doubt we could turn around the tweet he put out this morning. I forget the exact verbiage he used in the tweet with her. It looked like, I don't know, signing legislation, maybe signing something in the Capitol. Do you remember, Amy, what he wrote? But
I'm pulling
behemoth.
it up.
Shattered glasses. Okay, yeah.
We'll get it up on the screen.
But no,
in a second,
I mean, she took a crushing vote 1 week ago to pass the bipartisan budget, a state that is deeply divided. And I've kind of moved away from covering the Capitol, but our legislature is one of one or two in the country that has a divided legislature. And while it took overtime, we certainly got to a balanced budget this year, thanks certainly in large part to the leaders in both parties. And you could tell yesterday the emotion he shared yesterday. I remember Corin Hoggard, my cap.
Mentioned that Vance had lived there for about a year and a half. I didn't ask any further questions about if the entire family was living there. So he said about a year and a half, and never any problems with him, quiet, that kind of thing, just the high and by type stuff with the neighbor. Obviously surprised and shocked at everything that has unfolded, though, in this area and with his neighbor. So again, breathing a sigh of relief tonight.
Karen, one quick thing, because you brought it up, and that is the proximity to the arrest to the actual Bolter family farm there. Is it the same was he on the farm property when he was?
To his actual house over there. And I mean, obviously we'll find out later if he had been hiding in that field all day, but just kind of paint a picture once again of the location of everything in that area there compared to where he was found.
So direction-wise, if directly behind me is north, the way that I'm facing is south here, so this would be east and then west over my shoulder. This direction over here is that State Highway 25, 311, 301st, and 291, I think, were the road they were searching there earlier. I believe it was 301st was where they were actually looking at that Buick, where we saw law enforcement moving through fields, moving through groves of trees, looking at things and searching for any sort of evidence. I'd say it's less than 5 miles from where that Buick was found to where we currently are. We are southwest of where that area was. This is where Belter's Green Isle home is, just right down the road, maybe a mile and a half or so, and around a little bit of bend. We're on 200th right now, and it kind of runs into and intersects 341st. So we are not far at all from, one, his home, but two, where they have been searching most of the day. 5 miles, if that, from where they were searching earlier, a mile and a half from his Green Isle home here.
I thought it was so interesting that you saw that reaction from law enforcement, that they were hugging each other. They're so relieved. A very long day for them and a stressful day as well. This wasn't as if they were looking for a missing person. They were looking for someone they believed to be armed and dangerous and not afraid to open fire on police officers. Already we have messages pouring in on social media from lawmakers and others saying thank you to law enforcement, because they have been at it since all of this began transpiring, 2 a.m. the night before last, and especially today, just searching all those fields, searching the woods, searching the outbuildings, and every time they're going into a new location, not knowing what they could be met with. So we're so thankful that this came to a peaceful conclusion tonight. We are understanding that at 10:30, we are anticipating a press conference from officials at the Emergency Operations Center to update us on exactly how they found him. We're hoping they'll give us all of those details. We have our Morgan Wolf live at the Emergency Operations Center now, waiting for that press conference to begin. Morgan?
This is what Ivy League universities you can get into with a 3.6 GPA.
90% of students with a 4.0 plus GPAs get rejected from universities like Harvard, Stanford, and other top 10 universities. Your child needs these 3 key factors to get into an Ivy League or top 25 university. And it's not having a good GPA or SAT score. Let me explain. Top universities made SAT and ACT submissions optional. And with over 100,000 plus applicants a year, as a parent, your child needs to stand out. Top universities like Harvard, Stanford, Princeton, and others admit students who will have a successful career after graduation. This is what gives a university its prestige. Universities are businesses at the end of the day. And if they have great alumni who become successful, it's the best form of marketing for the university. And we know this because we've guided thousands of students in over 40 states to get into the top 25 universities. And we know that there are 3 factors in the admission criteria that universities are looking for. And that's why we have a free webinar where we go over these 3 main factors that prevent 6th to 12th graders from getting into the top colleges. And we cover the important parts of college admissions that are overlooked, why 90% of students with a 4.0 plus GPA are not accepted, what universities actually want in applicants but never say. Seats are limited, so reserve your spot by clicking the link below.
Yeah, Julie, I got back here just within the last 20 minutes or so, and things are moving right now. We have a crew setting up cameras, and we are just waiting for them to give us the word on who exactly will be coming to speak to us. Earlier today, we did hear from the BCA
and former lawmakers, and it's just an absolute miracle that they said, we better go check on Representative Portman in her home.
And these charges are ready to go so that tomorrow he could be charged in Hennepin County with these murder charges. There would be a grand jury convened to upgrade them to first degree, because first degree is premeditated murder, and no doubt the facts in here, but the way that it works procedurally is that the second degree is the first thing that they charge, then a grand jury upgrades it to first degree, and then we'll also look to see if there are federal charges that come as well.
So, and at this point, we know there were lower level federal charges that the U.S. Attorney had been looking into, but those could be upgraded as well. Now that he's in custody, of course, all of this is going to start to play out through the courts. We're incredibly grateful that he's in custody tonight, and this had been a story I know that gripped not only people here in our state, but across the country as well. So kudos to our law enforcement officials. This is the statement that Representative House Speaker Lisa Damuth put out tonight on social media. I'm grateful that this nightmare has come to an end with a suspected murderer captured alive so he can be charged, prosecuted, and punished for the horror he has wrought on our state. Thank you to the brave men and women of local, state, and federal law enforcement who have worked around the clock to ensure that this evil man faces justice. And she is speaking for likely thousands tonight who feel that same way. There again is Vance Belter, the 57-year-old man that has been the subject of a massive nationwide manhunt, really, for the last 2 days. We know that there was fear that he was trying to leave the Twin Cities area. In fact, one of the first press conferences the BCA held with Drew Evans, they said, we believe he's trying to leave the area, and they were concerned about that. So it's interesting that he decided to not only not leave the area, but to be so close to a property that authorities clearly knew that he owned, that farmstead that it looked like in Green Isle. Right after these shootings, that morning, shortly thereafter, there were armored vehicles parked outside that home. So he clearly knew that law enforcement was aware that he owned a property there, and yet here he is tonight, about an hour ago, apprehended only a mile or so from that home.
It's hard to believe that he would be able to make it back there undetected, because they searched the home yesterday. We were there yesterday when it had a huge law enforcement presence. And then at 6 or 7 this morning, that vehicle was discovered, and the cowboy hat there was no attempt to hide it whatsoever. The car was just pulled off on the side of the road, cowboy hat placed right in front. Clearly the same hat that he was wearing on the surveillance video, and he apparently went from there to just a couple miles to the west toward where his house is, and who knows how long he was just essentially lying there waiting.
Hiding in the woods. You know, we had talked earlier, and there is that Buick earlier today being towed away from the scene. We know it had Minnesota plates and that it was the subject of what they call a BOLO alert, to be on the lookout for, because law enforcement knew that that was a car that he could be driving. Lou, you did some investigative work and found that it was registered to a different person. It's not under his name, at least.
That's correct. It's another person's name, Minnesota man, and we haven't named him because we don't know if he's connected in any way or why that Vance Belter was driving this other man's vehicle. But yeah, it was in another man's name, and throughout this whole thing, they weren't ruling out the possibility that Vance Belter had help. And so this name went out in the Be on the Lookout alert in South Dakota as well. But apparently that vehicle never made it to South Dakota because it was found so close to home.
A couple things we learned today as this investigation was ongoing. We also learned from a press conference with authorities that what has been described as a manifesto really wasn't what you might think of as a typical manifesto. When you hear that word, you think someone has written pages and pages out on a particular political ideology that they feel very strongly about. He said it was more, Drew Evans, the head of the BCA, said it was more like a notebook that had all these names listed of current and former politicians, and also some Planned Parenthood locations, and thoughts in there that led them to believe he had very strong opinions on the issue of abortion. We did speak with a roommate in his home in North Minneapolis, which is a place where he rented a room because he did some odd jobs around the Minneapolis area and would crash there a couple times a week. And his roommate said that he didn't talk a lot about politics, that he had no idea that Vance Belter, a man he'd known since 4th grade, was capable of this kind of violence, if in fact he is the shooter, as police believe that he is. So he was shocked. But again, that manifesto that we've heard so much about did not appear to be some long written out ideology on any particular political topic.
One thing that the criminal complaint does add, that he did have addresses for other elected officials. And so it's, with these 70 names, at least other addresses as well of politicians. And, that would be the assumption, is that he planned on making more stops after that one.
Can you speak at all to the federal charges that might be forthcoming and the penalties involved?
Well, so I was in Tucson, Arizona when Congresswoman Gabrielle Giffords was shot, and because she was a congresswoman, a federal politician, they were able to charge a special murder charge in federal law for that. That doesn't exactly exist just because the victims in this case were state lawmakers. However, remember the Luigi Mangione case that recently involved the murder of Brian Thompson? They charged a terrorism charge, and they were able to say, because the murder itself was meant to strike fear in others, And so if they want to
Certainly
use
seems it
something
would
like
apply
that,
here.
they could apply something like that, and they could seek the death penalty if they choose to do that.
All right, so all those charges, of course, will be forthcoming, as will a press conference here from officials at about 10:15 tonight. We want to let you know as well, we have 2 active situations that are still ongoing in communities here in the metro. We have a couple different neighborhoods that are under shelter-in-place orders. One of them is in Eagan, and one of them is in Maple Grove. And of course, because this was an ongoing situation, there's a manhunt going on for Vance Belter. People in those communities were wondering if those were related. We can tell you that authorities told us the one in Eagan, which has been going on for quite a while, is not related at all to this investigation, and we believe the shelter...
I heard back from Maple Grove, and that's not related.
And that's not either. It's a shooting or a shooter.
Well, it's just that it's not related to this case at all, as they confirm.
So it's an unrelated, nonetheless, I'm sure, a frightening situation for people in those neighborhoods, but not related to their search for the suspect, who, again, they found in a field near his home in Green Isle, Minnesota, which is about 45 minutes southwest of the Twin Cities. But a lot going on, an active night for law enforcement, even outside of this case that they've been working on so diligently. But we know lawmakers tonight breathing a sigh of relief that this man is apprehended. But of course, his actions just really highlight how vitriolic everything has become in our society around politics. And there will be a lot of discussions going on about security for our lawmakers. We know that Minority Leader Chuck Schumer has been calling for more security for people at the federal level, for our Congress members there, and that they did increase security at the U.S. Capitol as well in light of this shooting. So that will be another conversation that will be had after the actions, we believe, of this man on your screen that was apprehended tonight.
You know, one other thing to mention, when there was that press conference earlier today, Drew Evans gave an update, but it really didn't sound as if they were close to getting him at that point. So it'll be interesting to see now, in hindsight, you know, they put this information out not just to give us and the public the information, but also knowing that the suspect potentially could be hearing anything they say. It'll be interesting to see if they actually were closer to catching him than we knew at the time.
Yeah, and there was a fear that he would be found after, you know, deciding that he would rather take himself out of the equation than face the charges that he'll be facing. I know a lot of people, as Leader Dameworth said, are very happy that he will face charges and a punishment, and if in fact he is the shooter, as they believe he is tonight. So I agree with you. When we listened to that press conference, it really sounded like, hey, we're still searching. But it will be interesting to say, what was it that outside of that car and that hat that were keeping him in that area? We know they had the assistance of so many different law enforcement agencies, including federal agencies, to help them find him. There were departments on scene from Eagan to the ATF, FBI. This was really a joint effort by, you know, it appeared to be hundreds of law enforcement personnel to capture him tonight.
You know, right toward the end of our earlier broadcasts, our reporters at the scene were seeing them converge closer to that area, and they were seeing them putting more drones up in the air as part of the search. And then we've talked about the various kind of technology that they have now, just traditional drones that they can take video and get closer without, you know, getting themselves, they can get a bird's eye view, and as well as thermal imaging, where they can see warm spots where there are people or animals to help them narrow in on searches like this. Those are often used in search and rescue efforts, and in something like this, it's the same thing for looking for a suspect.
Now, you said that you had experience with Congresswoman Gifford's attempt, or her shooting, and that case also, there were all kinds of narratives that grew up around it before people had actual information. One big message that was being sent by the BCA during their press conference was, please do not buy into all the conspiracy theories. Please do not share misinformation on this case, because everyone wants to have the answers right now, and we really don't have any. And I think that was, obviously, if you spend any time at all on social media, you see that there are lots of theories out there, some of them involving his wife, who we don't know if she had any inkling that this is what he was planning to do. We don't know if she had any involvement at all. All we know is that she was questioned earlier today.
Yeah, Drew Evans put it very well. He said, we want easy answers to complex situations. But the truth is these complex situations don't have easy answers. And why would it make sense for a guy who's trying to get away to come back home like this? I mean, a place that they obviously are keeping an eye on, and people are going to be on high alert.
The other thing you had noted earlier that didn't make much sense is that picture that we all saw of him with that cowboy hat on after the shootings was apparently taken outside of a bank because he was withdrawing money from a bank after the shootings. And everyone would, in today's day and age, knows that there are going to be lots of cameras outside of banks and those locations. So maybe indicating this is not the mastermind that many have kind of painted him to be.
Right. And you know what's probably going on right now, as soon as they get him back to a police station, is they will ask if he'd be willing to talk with them, an interrogation. If he doesn't call for an attorney immediately, they can get some answers directly from him if he is willing to give them. And so I don't anticipate that we'll be able to hear much about that at this 10:30 press conference because it'll be so soon. But perhaps by tomorrow, we'll find out if Vance Belter provided police with any answers when they sat down and talked with him back at the police station.
As the more we learned about this man, the more questions I think we got than answers. A very, I don't know how to put this, not a sketchy, but a very diverse background in different jobs, a general manager at a 7-Eleven, and then he's in the Congo because he said he founded a group called Red Lion that was in charge of food distribution in Africa. Also appeared to style himself somewhat as a preacher. We have video of him delivering what appears to be a sermon in the Congo, and we know he was on this board for workforce development.
Yeah, and perhaps strangest of all is that he had a so-called security company that if you look at the website, it looks very legitimate, a security company. But then his friend told us that that's just kind of a pipe dream that he hasn't been able to get off the ground.
Yes,
and so he
but made it look as if they had all this experience, not
Right.
only in national security, international security. And he made it appear that he has led operations or been part of international PSYOP operations around the world. It is worth noting that there is a lot of skepticism around many of the claims that he made in his various bios that we've been able to find online.
And then we did clarify some more information tonight about the board that he was appointed to by Governor Dayton and Governor Walz. We learned that it is a nonpartisan board, meaning a person's politics do not come into play at all on whether they're appointed to it. And like we mentioned before, it's not a cabinet position where they offer advice to the governor.
Or even have conversations with the governor directly.
And have any role in making laws or anything like that. And we also confirmed that Governor Walz did not know him.
Yes, his office has said he did not know who this person was. And it's worth noting that there are hundreds of people that serve on these types of boards, and the board that we're talking about, as Lou said, had about 60 members. Senator John Hoffman was one of them, and we do want to take a moment to let you know that today both Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette, who we understand were shot, one 8 times, the other 9 times by this, we believe, this suspect. They are both alert tonight, and they said they'll put out a statement when they're able, but we do know that Yvette has been emailing and texting. Senator Amy Klobuchar did share a text she received from Yvette Hoffman that said they're grateful to be alive and that they do have a long road ahead, though. As you can imagine, if you've been shot 8 or 9 times, a lot of surgery in the future. So we continue to hold them up and pray for their full recovery after this ordeal. And of course, our hearts go out to the 2 grown children of the Hortmans. Just a horrific events for that family. Let's head back out to Ian Russell, our reporter, who has been out on the scene all afternoon and watching all the different developments and movements from law enforcement. We've seen them kind of gather around an area, seem to search, move those cars. You've been with them the whole way, Ian. And to be able to see them giving each other hugs and congratulating each other had to feel pretty good from your perspective as well, I imagine.
Yeah, and Julie, it's almost eerily quiet. This area is very rural out here. All around us right now, it's pitch black. It's just the storm clouds that have kind of been moving through overhead. But otherwise, it's soybean fields and cornfields and houses miles and miles apart from each other, and it's quiet now. And obviously, that has not really been the case at all today. It's been law enforcement working. It's been them going to different locations here in Sibley County. It's been them checking on things, trying to find Vance Belter. So to see it back like this, how it normally is such a almost kind of jarring thing to see. Is, as we've kind of been talking about, we are right where they found Vance Belter, in this field right next to us, down this driveway to my right-hand side here. And as we talked about, law enforcement has kind of been in multiple different locations here throughout the county, whether it was about 5 miles away on State Highway 25 and 301st to his home, which is a mile or so down the road from us right now, just continually working and looking to find him. And Julie, as you mentioned, sort of those, that congratulations, that, hey man, congrats, I love you, thank you, all these different things that we heard. In moments like this, we've talked about how dangerous these situations are. Obviously, with an armed person like this who is shot at people, obviously law enforcement is doing what they can to be careful and be safe as they try to track him down. So to be able to take him in like this, and as far as we know, no one hurt or anything like that, I mean, obviously that's a huge, massive feeling of relief for them as they're able to get him into custody and get him out of here, as we said, just laying or in a cornfield or a soybean field. It's hard to tell, obviously, because it's pitch black out here, but just so close to where they've been for the past 2 days, just looking around for him. So obviously just a huge moment of relief and joy, and just all these emotions coming out from these folks who were working to get him into custody here.
All right, Ian, thanks so much. We can leave some of those pictures up and read to you the social media posts from Ramsey County Sheriff Bob Fletcher when he put up the picture that we've been showing you of this suspect apprehended. He said, "It's the face of evil. After relentless and determined police work, the killer is now in custody thanks to the dedication of multiple agencies working together along with support from the community. Justice is one step closer." And once he was apprehended, I know you got your hands on the criminal complaint, Lou. One thing we'd been talking about was the fact that Hope Hoffman, whose mother Yvette had covered her to protect her from the bullets, obviously was a witness here that could have provided details to police. Did we learn anything about that in the criminal complaint?
Yeah, so she is the one who made the initial 911 call and reported that a man with a mask had shot her parents. They took the video surveillance. We've shown the video surveillance of him with the creepy mask on. That was from the Hoffman home, we now know. And on that footage, they have video of him with the mask on, knocking on the door and announcing himself as a police officer. So that is how he was able to gain entry to the house, and that's where he shot the Hoffmans there. The video surveillance then showed him flee the residence, get into his, what they call a police-style vehicle, because it had the blue and red lights on it. And what he was wearing was a mask, a blue shirt, a police-style tactical vest with a badge, and a yellow-gripped gun in his hand.
Just horrifying. And we still don't know why there was such a major time lapse between Champlin and the Brooklyn Park residence.
It was about an hour and a half before Brooklyn Park police caught him in the act there, essentially. I guess we don't know what time he actually arrived at Brooklyn Park, so we don't know, it would only take 10 minutes to get there driving, so we don't know why there was that lapse right now in that period of time. But we do know when he ran from that house, he clearly stripped off some things, the vest, the badge, disassembled gun. Yeah, disassembled a gun. And beyond that, he still had 3 AK-47 assault rifles in his vehicle, as well as another 9mm handgun. And so with the disassembled gun, the AK-47s he left behind, and the 9mm he left behind, perhaps he wasn't even armed anymore when police took him into custody, which, thankfully, again, him getting caught the way that he did in the act maybe prevented him from being armed moving forward.
Yeah, it's incredible police work by Brooklyn Park Police. So thoughtful and present of them to say, let's check out other lawmakers' homes in the area.
And as Julie, one more thing, as we talk about, poignant images, of course, this one posted by Ramsey County Sheriff Bob Fletcher. If we could take a look for Julie Blaha, the state auditor, has a picture taken from Yvette Hoffman's hospital room of her watching the coverage on TV with this very picture showing.
Oh.
And so that's something that we should pull up and show to people as well.
Can you even imagine the relief? We talk about for the other lawmakers who know that their names were on that list, but to think about the Hoffmans, to know that this person is not coming back, that this person has been apprehended, must be a huge relief, because it's hard to imagine the horror they went through. Even just seeing that image of him in the mask, and we now know that is what they were presented with when they opened the door. It's too horrifying, really, to even imagine. So we're so happy for them as well that they can rest easier tonight knowing that he has been apprehended. We were told there would be a press conference with law enforcement agencies coming up at 10:30. We're a little bit past 10:30 now, but we are waiting for them to come to the podium and give us details on how they apprehended Vance Belter this evening. That would have been about an hour and a half ago, we believe. Our Morgan Wolf is there live. Morgan, you see just reporters right now or photographers walking past you. Any sign yet of the officials, or any idea which officials are going to speak?
You know, Julie, we actually just got that update about 10 minutes ago that they are running behind, and so we are just patiently standing by here. And actually, if we could show you the room right now of the amount of reporters and photographers that have joined in here. We have people from Network News, we have our local friends here, our counterparts over at different stations in Minneapolis, and so everyone is standing by here waiting to hear updates from investigators. We are anticipating that we can hear from BCA Superintendent Drew Evans. He has been our point person basically throughout this investigation, giving us those significant updates here at the command center. We do not have any other official word of who else could be here at this point, so we do not want to speculate. But Drew Evans has been very communicative to us and has actually been very transparent. And usually the BCA can be a little tighter-lipped on their investigations, but with the threat to the public that Vance Belter had, there was, of course, the urgency to share as much information that they could without jeopardizing their investigation. So we're, like I said, standing by here. We just heard that they're running a little behind on that presser, but we'll be sure to let you know as soon as it starts.
All right, Morgan, we appreciate it. We know you're standing by. Thanks so much. Give us a heads up when they arrive, and we'll be sure to go live right away to that press conference. You know, it seems like it was longer ago than just 2 days ago that all of this began to unfold. And we first saw those images of that house in North Minneapolis where the alleged shooter would sometimes go for a couple nights a week. And so that's another neighborhood that has to be resting a little easier tonight if, in fact, this was the shooter they believe that he is.
And concerning the Green Isle neighbors, Joe, our reporter who was down there all day today, told us, you know, how scared they were last night, knowing that that's where he was from. For him to have returned this morning, I couldn't imagine what it would be like for them to sleep tonight knowing that he came back if he had not been caught.
Right. We're grateful that they will be able to have a better night's sleep. We do want to update you as well on two separate stories. There's a shelter in place in Eagan. There's a shelter in place right now in Maple Grove. Neither of those scenes is related to the manhunt for Vance Belter. They're not giving out, we have reached out to both police departments, and they're not giving out many details at all right now. We have a reporter on the scene in Maple Grove, and we'll let you know if we hear anything. But so far, from our understanding, those are still in effect, not related to this investigation, but nonetheless, obviously, concerning situations for folks that live in Maple Grove and Eagan. But we are watching those situations, and we will let you know if we get an update. Joe McCoy just texted, still an active scene, but some law enforcement have left the area where he is in Maple Grove. So not really any updates there tonight.
You know, it'll be very interesting to find out how this apprehension took place, because one detail that Ian provided us is that they knew where he was for at least an hour before they made the arrest. They just had to get all their ducks in a row for safety reasons, without letting him know that they were onto him before they finally took him in.
Every detail in this case has been jaw-dropping or fascinating, and it's hard to imagine how they felt knowing that they had likely found him, and then you know, they had to be patient, and they had to make sure they were doing this the right way, so no law enforcement officers, and also that he could be brought into custody safely.
Another key question now that he's brought into custody will be if he had any help.
Yes.
Because as we reported, his wife was stopped, detained for a short period of time, potentially items with her taken from the vehicle where she was up north in Onamia with other family members. And there was a question about text messages that he had sent her, and whether that indicated that she knew what he was planning or had information after he had done what he had done.
Yeah.
So that's all part of what's coming in the mix here, and hopefully we can get some answers to those questions. I did reach out to his wife, Jenny, to ask for comment after his arrest here. I've not heard back yet.
Well, and we do know that whatever questioning or searching they did of her car, Drew Evans from the BCA did confirm that she was not in custody. So they...
Meaning she wasn't arrested.
Correct.
Yes.
So they had questioned her and...
And, you know, they definitely downplayed, you know, they said, you know, of course, we're always going to talk to family members. But again, you know, there's always that element of police downplaying because they know who's listening when they say things like that at a press conference before somebody's arrested.
Yes, and as they search those farm fields and those outbuildings today, we know that many of you here in the Twin Cities were watching as massive convoys of law enforcement vehicles were heading southwest to that area in Sibley County to participate in that search. So I believe Drew Evans said at the press conference there were more than 100 or hundreds of law enforcement officers down there participating in that search as well. So we are again waiting on that press conference to begin so we get some official word and details on the actions of law enforcement tonight. And we're so grateful that Vance has been apprehended.
So there is another detail in the criminal complaint that I overlooked before now, and you know, assuming that everything is up to speed here with the way it played out, but it makes it sound as if when the Brooklyn Park officer arrived, the shooting was just taking place, because it says in the complaint that the officer witnessed him shoot into the home through the open door.
Oh, so he was going in, not necessarily just coming out when the officers arrived.
That's the way that it's phrased in here, so that's a follow-up question that we'll need to ask.
And I did feel like throughout all of our coverage, we had the sense that the Hortmans had already been shot. Officers arrived on scene, and he came out of that door, and they exchanged fire.
Right, and what it says here is that the officer saw the defendant still dressed as a police officer shoot an adult man referred to as victim 2 through the open door of the home.
Wow. It's also frightening, and you think about what those officers have been through as well, knowing how dangerous this shooter, presumably Vance Belter, actually was and is. We talked with one of our reporters, Heidi Wigdahl, today, went to North Minneapolis and talked to some neighbors there that were kind of swept in to this whole ordeal. Heidi's standing by in the studio today. If we can bring up a shot from her and just talk to her about what she learned today that those neighbors lived through in North Minneapolis. We know that the law enforcement brought in a vehicle with a battering ram to get the front door open to the home where Vance Belter would occasionally stay during the week when he was working odd jobs. And Heidi, you talked to a neighbor that was really brought in unbeknownst to her, to this entire investigation. Can you explain to us what she saw and heard and lived through?
Yeah, Julie, just across the street is Kamiko White. She has 4 children, all under the age of 11, and they were actually playing outside in their yard in the morning when she heard a knock on the side door, a huge bang. She went to the door, and it was 2 officers there saying they needed to gain entry into her house. They didn't tell her what was going on, why they needed to be there. So she quickly went and grabbed her kids, got them inside the house. Then they started asking her about the best rooms, the best windows that would give them the vantage point of this home. So they ended up in Kamiko's, in her room upstairs. 2 officers were in that, and she streamed the whole thing on Facebook Live. A lot of those images can be found on her Facebook. She said these 2 officers went into her home and laid out just a ton of guns and pointed a gun at this home. And in total, they were in her home for about 5 hours. They told her to get the kids into a room away from those windows facing the front. So they basically had to stay in one room, those 4 kids. Her kids obviously were very terrified about the situation, not knowing what was going on. And she said also at this time, they actually didn't know. There were undercover officers in the neighborhood, but it wasn't this presence that you're seeing right now in this video. And so she had a moment where she knew that there was this suspect out here, Vance Belter, who was impersonating an officer. And so she had a moment where at first she felt scared. Were these actually officers? She actually called her mom and her stepdad and asked them if they could call 911 and verify this. And so her stepdad did call 911 and was able to verify that indeed this was legitimate. And then as you saw with that video, she looked outside her window and sure enough, MPD SWAT teams were there calling for Vance Belter to come outside of the house, saying that they had a search warrant and that he should step outside of the house and be arrested. And again, she captured all of this on camera. Then they basically said thank you and left her house. Her children were so upset and terrified they didn't want to stay in the house. They all slept in the living room together last night. And she said they were so terrified that the 3 oldest kids actually didn't stay in the house all day today. So I know obviously she is very relieved to hear that he has been caught.
Yeah, so many people that were kind of on the periphery of this that had experiences that will stay with them for a very long time because it was such a scary scene. And there were so many unknowns as this was all unfolding over the last 2 days. It's kind of hard to imagine having a SWAT team hold up in your house, especially after we'd repeatedly been saying this person is imitating an officer. So we appreciate your reporting tonight, Heidi, and glad that everybody in that house is safe tonight.
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much, Heidi. We are again standing by. We're waiting for this press conference from law enforcement. We do understand now, it has been confirmed that the governor will also be in attendance at the Emergency Operations Center to give an update on the apprehension of this individual. The last time we heard from the governor was the morning, Saturday morning, that first press conference when he spoke about his relationship with Speaker Emeritus Melissa Hortman, saying that, you know, what an incredible individual she was and also a close personal friend. He was incredibly and understandably emotional in that press conference. So we will once again be hearing from him tonight as law enforcement gives us details on how they apprehended the suspect.
And the arrest comes after a full day of investigation and searching. Okay, I understand that we are ready to start the press conference there.
Let's go live to the Emergency Operations Center where we'll hear from law enforcement
Minnesota
tonight.
Governor
Let's
Walz.
listen in.
After that, Department of Public Safety Commissioner Bob Jacobson, Jacobson. After that, Bureau of Criminal Apprehension Superintendent Drew Evans, EVANS. After that, you'll be hearing from Brooklyn Park Police Department Chief Mark Bruley, Mark Bruley, and then State Patrol Colonel Geiger, Geiger.
What's his first name?
Yep. I'm sorry, I'll get that for you.
Who's the last one?
Lieutenant Colonel Geiger from the Minnesota State Patrol. Yep.
Yes. Jeremy. J-A-R-E-M-Y.
What was that?
Jeremy.
Common spelling.
What's Bruley's last name? Please choose Mark.
Mark. Yes, Bruley.
And it's Jeremy, G-E-I-G-E-R.
Geiger is last name Geiger, correct.
And it's Lieutenant Colonel?
Correct.
You can see there they're just getting media members ready for the lineup of speakers, making sure we have all the names of the law enforcement leaders who will be speaking, how you spell their names. This is all customary before these press conferences begin. And it sounds like there will be a long list of people speaking tonight, from law enforcement, from chiefs of police to our governor, I'm sure the BCA, just getting everything organized there tonight.
It'll be interesting to hear everyone's thoughts on the arrest being made and justice being able to be achieved in this case for the deaths that Mr. Belter allegedly caused. You know, the old saying is that they often take the easy way out, meaning that someone in that position would kill themselves or, die by police rather than face the consequences for something they did. And so I think that, a lot of my sources I talked to were afraid that they were not going to find him alive.
Yeah, that he would never face justice. But we're happy to report tonight he obviously is. And they have been, I agree with Morgan, law enforcement has been a little more forthcoming with these press conferences and taking more questions from reporters than they maybe normally do. And we know you have a lot of questions. We have a lot of questions. We're hopeful that we'll get all of those answered tonight. Our AJ Legault is someone that's been doing some excellent reporting along with you, Lou Ragoose. We've had really great teams out in the field and behind the scenes working their forces. We were going to talk to AJ, but now it looks like we can go live to the Emergency Operations Center where the press conference is getting underway. And I believe this is the governor at the podium.
Good evening. After a two-day manhunt, 2 sleepless nights, law enforcement have apprehended Vance Bolter. That's 48 hours that law enforcement involved in a complex and dangerous manhunt. Spent Father's Day away from their families to deliver justice for Melissa and Mark Hortman and their children who spent this Father's Day alone. To the law enforcement who stand here and the hundreds who are involved in this, the state of Minnesota owes you a deep debt of gratitude. Thank you. You ran towards the danger and you served the state of Minnesota. This is a great example of coordination and collaboration. Multiple agencies, federal, state, and local, coordinating together in a way to protect the public and close this hunt around. Multiple agencies were there as FBI laid hands on it and Minnesota State Patrol put the handcuffs on. One man's unthinkable actions have altered the state of Minnesota. Melissa Hortman was the core of who our values were. She had a hand in so many things that happened. The building that we stand in, she helped usher through so that we could respond from the State Emergency Operations Center with the professionalism and giving the tools necessary to law enforcement to do their job. To Melissa and Mark's family, I cannot fathom your pain and the grief that you're going through. We'll take solace in the memory and the work that Melissa did, and you can rest assured that we will put every ounce of effort that the state of Minnesota has to make sure that justice is served and the individual responsible for this serves the time for the unspeakable act. State grieves with you. The latest news is Senator Hoffman came out of final surgery and is moving towards recovery. Yvette is healing. And I think when the story comes out, and I'd like to say on behalf of the state of Minnesota, the heroic actions by the Hoffman family and their daughter Hope saved countless lives, and we are grateful. Bureau of Criminal Apprehension will continue to investigate. We will keep you informed. We'll spare no expense and no work to make sure that that happens. A moment in this country where we watched violence erupt. This cannot be the norm. It cannot be the way that we deal with our political differences. Now's the time for us to recommit to the core values of this country. And each and every one of us can do it. Talk to a neighbor rather than arguing. Debate an issue. Shake hands. Find common ground. This is who Melissa Hortman was. In the first negotiating session that I had a chance to work with her, she got all the partners in the room, and she provided each and every one of us a copy of a book called Getting to Yes. And the whole premise was debating with a sense of goodwill, a sense of trying to come to compromises that serve everyone. And because of her, we did that. Because of her, we did that year after year after year. That's the embodiment of how things are supposed to work. It's not about hatred. It's not about mean tweets. It's not about demeaning someone. It's leading with grace and compassion and vision and compromise and decency. That was taken from us in Minnesota with the murder of Speaker Hortman. So for each and every one of us to truly honor, and we will continue to honor that spirit, but we will need to do it in just more than actions in a memorial. Conducting ourselves in the spirit that Melissa Hortman did her work is what the country needs to heal. I will once again say the deep debt of gratitude. These professionals standing behind us and countless others. This was, you'll hear from them, incredibly complex. And to take this suspect in with no life of life or injuries to civilian population and to bring him in alive so he can serve justice, which he will do in Minnesota, is an incredible thing that we are grateful for. With that, I'm going to turn it over to the professionals, starting with Commissioner of Public Safety for the state of Minnesota, Bob Jacobson. Thank you.
Good evening. It's good to see you all here tonight. Thank you for coming in. My name is Bob Jacobson. I'm the Commissioner of Public Safety. And again, it's my honor to serve in that position. First of all, I want to thank all of the law enforcement agencies that have been working tirelessly over the past 2 years since the shooting at Senator Hoffman's home. The coordination between state, local, and federal law enforcement partners is the reason we are here tonight, and the suspect is in custody. Bolter exploited the trust our uniforms are meant to represent. That betrayal is deeply disturbing to those of us who wear the badge with honor and responsibility. We want to thank community members across the state for their support, for their tips, and their information. And I want to thank Governor Walz for his continued support through this very difficult time. With that, I will pass this off to Superintendent Drew Evans of the BCA. Thank you.
Well, good evening, everyone. My name is Drew Evans. I'm Superintendent of the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. As was noted and was previously described, Vance Bolter was taken into custody in Sibley County. We were with you earlier today when we provided information about the manhunt and the myriad of law enforcement that have come together working in partnership so that this evil cannot be continued. The first step in a case like this is that we take him into custody, and then the work will continue and begin to make sure that we have all the evidence we need to ensure that he is held accountable for his crimes. Please bear with me, but I think it's important because it has been noted by the governor, just to give you some background on the teams that were down there, and I may even be missing some in terms of this because there were law enforcement partners, not just from the Twin Cities, but across the state of Minnesota that came together. From the Brooklyn Park Police Department, the Tri-City SWAT Team, Eagan Police Department, Burnsville Police Department, our South Metro SWAT Team, the FBI, ATF, United States Marshal Service, State Patrol, Washington County Sheriff's Office, Ramsey County Sheriff's Office, the Richfield Police Department, St. Paul Police Department, Bloomington Police Department, Sibley County. We had Riverview Medics, Green Isle Fire Department, and LifeLink in the area, in addition to Prior Lake, Crow River SWAT, and the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office. And again, I may have been missing, and I apologize to my partners for that we do that. I share all of that for you because that's the commitment when this sort of evil is in one of our communities, that law enforcement comes together to put all of their resources together to make sure that that person is taken into custody. That is so that people across the state of Minnesota and legislators that were targeted in these attacks and that may have been listed can breathe a sigh of relief as quickly as possible as we came together in an incredibly complex set of circumstances in that. He was arrested, as you saw earlier this evening, in the area of 35600 block of 200th Street, Green Isle. What happened in that is, as we noted, there was a manhunt going throughout the day in that area that we've discussed previously, and there was information provided that he was seen in the area. When that information was provided to the investigators that were conducting the ground search, they converged on the area with a number of SWAT teams with the assistance of the Air Wing from Minnesota State Patrol, and we'll provide a few more details about the end of coming into custody in a little bit, but he was taken into custody at that time. He is in custody, and a reminder for anybody that was not when we've previously said that, taken into custody under a state criminal warrant. That information will be made public, if it is not already, detailing the complaint that he is charged in the cases at this time with the murders of Speaker Hortman and her husband, Mark Hortman, also with the shootings in John Hoffman and Yvette Hoffman for those crimes, and will be moving forward. We are also in close contact with our federal partners, both the FBI, United States Attorney's Office, who are examining whether or not additional charges should be brought at the federal level related to this at this time. There is a lot of investigation that continues, and I'm going to turn it over to Chief Bruley to provide some comments on this and the work. I just want to tell, certainly for the communities of Champlin, City of Brooklyn Park, you both have incredibly professional police departments that work day in, day out and tirelessly in this situation to bring justice and work towards that, not only for the families and the loved ones and the community that are impacted, but for the entire state of Minnesota. And our teams are incredibly proud to work alongside them and all the law enforcement partners. And so with that, I will turn it over to Chief Bruley for some comments on this, and the work will continue in partnership with them and others moving forward. Chief.
Good evening. I'm Police Chief Mark Bruley, Brooklyn Park Police Department. Just a few comments. One, I'm very proud to tell you that we took the suspect into custody who's responsible for this. That was within 43 hours of the incident. There's no question that this is the largest manhunt in the state's history. Just down at the scene where he was taken into custody, there was 20 different SWAT teams over an extremely large area hunting this individual down to take him into custody. I believe that the state of Minnesota and certainly the city of Brooklyn Park should be extremely proud of the police officers within the city of Brooklyn Park, but the partnerships that we had are unprecedented between the federal agents, the county, the locals, and others around. It is absolutely an incredible task what went on. Essentially, the Brooklyn Park Police Department was turned over into an operations center, and that's all that hundreds of detectives worked on tirelessly for 43 hours. So while this has come to some conclusion where we've made an arrest, there is a ton of work that needs to be done. So I encourage community members, if there's evidence, information, or other things, please continue to feed that information to the Brooklyn Park Police Department so that we can fully investigate this and present a complete case to both the federal jurisdiction and the Hennepin County Attorney's Office. With that, I'll turn it over to the State Patrol.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jeremy Geiger. I'm the Lieutenant Colonel with the Minnesota State Patrol, the Assistant Chief. The Minnesota State Patrol, along with countless other partners, were responsible for this arrest. The collaborative effort, I cannot stress enough how outstanding that was, helped ensure the suspect's arrest did not result in the injury of any law enforcement that was down there and in the area. We had special response teams on the scene near 200 streets in Sibley County. Several partner law enforcement SWAT teams positioned to form a perimeter at that point in time. The State Patrol also provided the air support that was talked about earlier today. The suspect crawled to law enforcement teams and was placed under arrest at that point in time. There was no use of force by any member of law enforcement that was out there, and the suspect was taken into custody without any use of force. Thank you.
With that, we will open it up for a few questions. Reminder, please introduce yourself, your media organization. If you have a question for one of the specific individuals, please feel free to point that out as well.
Maggie Pesco with NBC News. Can I ask to anyone up here who can speak to it, did the suspect make any key mistakes that you feel like has led to his eventual capture?
You know, the question is were there any key mistakes? We certainly, at this point, there's a lot of information we can't share right now in this. What I will tell you is there are some incredibly dedicated law enforcement personnel, criminal intelligence analysts that were out working day in, day out, working together. And what I will tell you is that that the public certainly is always of his assistance to us in law enforcement, and incredibly diligent people in the area that provided us the assistance that we needed to get our teams that were already down there that last piece over. But they were certainly in the area and working diligently together on that.
Drew, Morgan Welfare 11. Do you have any indication that anyone helped him?
The question is any indication anybody helped him? We continue to look into that. I don't have anything beyond what we shared earlier today. This investigation, as Chief Bruley noted, will be continuing to expand at this point in time to make sure that we continue to look at all angles of this. And everybody who did help him, we will certainly hold them accountable for doing that in this process.
Drew, Adrian brought us from NBC News. Can you tell us how the Hoffmans helped save lives, and what did the suspect say when he was taken into custody?
The question was how the Hoffmans helped save lives, and what did he say? I don't have the specific. And then what did he say when he was taken into custody? I don't have the specifics on what he said when he was taken into custody. You know, we're incredibly grateful that the Hoffmans are still here with us at this point in time, and that they will be hopefully on a continued path to recovery, and that they will provide us the information. We've been able to talk to them today, and they will be providing key information to us as part of this investigation moving forward.
Sir, can I ask you from CBS News, did the suspect have a phone with him when he was caught? Was he tracked in any way, or was it just sightings and tips?
At the end, the question is, did he have a phone with him? I don't have the specifics on everything that was with him when he was arrested at this time. I will say he was armed, and that he came when he was taken into custody, but we'll be sifting through all of that information from there. What's that? I can't on the weapons at this time, so
Paul Bloom, Fox 9, just kind of elaborating on sort of the Hoffman question. To me, the encounter at Speaker Portman's house with, I believe, the Portland Park Police, there was a gunfire there. The fact that you then have to abandon that vehicle with several weapons, you know, the unsealed criminal complaint. How significant was that in preventing any further tragedy and ending it with him on the ground in Sibley County?
Yeah, the question is, again, expanding on the Hoffmans and providing addition. What I'll tell you, Chief Bruley mentioned this yesterday, and his police officers going to check proactively on his home at that time. If that had not happened, I have every confidence that this would have continued throughout the day. By his officers encountering him at that, he was forced to abandon the vehicle that he had at that time and lead to what we got to today. So by that incident occurring and the law enforcement communication that was occurring, it allowed the proactive approach that was able to get to the point where they were able to now eventually take him into custody today. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to clarify, there's a little bit of detail that the Ramsey County Sheriff has provided. I just wanted to see if we can nail it down. So it's the detail that he had provided to the Star Tribune is that for about an hour, Bolter had tried to evade arrest, and that 8 teams crawled in a ditch to try to corral him. I don't know if you have that level of detail, but additionally, because you were able to take him into custody without incident, what did your law enforcement officers say to him to warn about and have him basically?
So the question is about the teams and then what was done to get him into custody. So we don't get into operational details for the safety of our law enforcement going forward in terms of what it is. But what I can say is the incredible teamwork that was done and the large number of law enforcement certainly put us in a position where they were able to maneuver into this area to safely put him in a place where, you know, I don't know what was going through his head and I wouldn't speculate, but they have incredibly professional teams that are trained on this and how to take somebody into custody, and they provided the commands and he gave up peacefully.
Superintendent Jonah Kaplan from WCCO and CBS News. First, if you could just speak personally for you and all your colleagues. I imagine this is a relief for a lot of you. Can you talk about what it means to you personally to have this done only a few hours ago? You weren't sure if he was in the state, let alone in the country.
Yeah, the question is the relief for all of us. I mean, the relief for us in law enforcement is we feel an incredible amount of pressure to bring a person into custody, bring safety to the community. These professionals behind me and their teams, this is what they do. This is what they get paid to do, and they're honored to do the work on behalf of Minnesotans every single day. So the relief is that we can bring that sense of relief to communities across Minnesota, legislators that were on that list, and that's what we want to do.
Matt Sepik with the Mariners. At what point did you get the call, and from whom generally, that he was in that area in Reno?
The question was on the call, and when did we get it? It was happening over the time. I don't have the specific timeline, but we were alerted as soon as there was a spotting of the person in the area for all of the command staff here, and as our teams continue to work and as they worked in and honed in.
Can you speak a little more about the technology that was used? You said today earlier that you received about 400 tips.
Yeah.
We know there was surveillance footage that was used for pictures. You just mentioned, or someone talked about the air team. Was it a fixed wing? Was it a helicopter that was following him? What role did technology play?
Yeah, the question is what role, and I can't get into all the technology, obviously. Just some of it is that we don't share the information to make sure that we protect it, so it's utilized going forward. However, I will say that both UAVs throughout the day are incredibly important to our teams on unmanned aerial vehicles that we use, that there were numerous ones out there providing that, and then our helicopter in this situation provides an incredibly important bird's eye view that also allows us special views to be able to see individuals such as infrared and others that we utilize on a regular basis. So technology in cases like this are incredible tools to be able to supplement the great hard work of all the people that were on the ground every day.
Can you be more specific about the settings?
Let's go here first.
Where's he being held currently?
So right now he is being interviewed at a law enforcement facility. More information on where he will actually be ultimately will be released at a later time.
What law enforcement agency or facility?
I can't share where he is currently, but that information will be available soon.
Can you be more specific about the setting in which he was? I know there are things you can't give away, but we've seen things like trails and fields. They're talking about him crawling. What can you tell us about where he was hiding?
Yeah, so where was he hiding? This is in a rural area. These are fields and different wooded settings around, and that's where he was ultimately captured. Sibley County is, a rural county in the state of Minnesota, and so it's what a lot of that streams, fields, woods, crops, and so where he was ultimately taken into custody was in a field.
Did the infrared technology help find him, identify him from here?
I don't.
The commissioner had mentioned some of that earlier. I wonder if that's something that helped.
Yes, absolutely. It assisted previously, and they were out there. The helicopter was out there before the sun went down. But after that happened, yes, that technology did come into play.
How long did you know that he was there?
I'll turn that back over to the superintendent here too, but I don't think that that information is available right now. Superintendent.
Mark Bruley, Police Chief, Brooklyn Park. The question is how long did we know that he was there? A vehicle that we believed that he was in was spotted many hours before and had been abandoned. An alert police officer believed that he may have seen the individual running into the woods, and that started a large-scale perimeter that we set up, or down in Sibley County set up, and we started to deploy resources, including the Brooklyn Park SWAT team, and along with many other SWAT teams, to contain an extremely large area, knowing that this is a very dangerous individual. During that, we got privy to additional information of an individual that was in the woods, and that search went on for many hours until ultimately we were able to locate him in the woods. In approximately an hour and a half or so, we were able to close the distance in with the technology and the State Patrol helicopter, and where we were able to call him out to us.
Hi, Police Upper ABC News. Are you very more information about the motive, and are you guys considering this an act of domestic terrorism?
Yeah, it's absolutely way too soon to say that right now. That's where the investigation, we have been just solely focused on the manhunt. And the goal is to give some calm to the situation of many individuals that were on the list that were worried about their safety. And this is a very dangerous individual for our community, and that's why so many resources and such a great collaboration came together to focus on removing him from society so that we can restore some sort of calm and bring some healing to our community and to our state. Now begins the hard work of looking at what the motive is, looking at putting this case together, and so that's yet to come.
And Mark, we're talking about people that were on the list. What other? I know there are politicians from Wisconsin on this. What other states were people on this?
It was multiple states. I don't have the exhaustive list, but it was multiple states that were on there.
Do you have some states that were on the list?
We can. There's a few. I don't want to say it because it won't be exhaustive, but Wisconsin, Illinois, Michigan, some others that were on there. There was a variety. Nebraska, Iowa. We've had contact. What I will tell you, and I will not get into any more specifics beyond that, we are in coordination with our federal partners and our fusion centers in those states to coordinate with local law enforcement and the FBI in those states and the state fusion centers that are there to be able to provide that information and notify those individuals that they were on that list.
Are you concerned that there's other people out there that could have
with them?
The question is, are we concerned there's other people out there that could be working with them? We will fully explore that. I've said on this, we are relatively confident, we are confident that the violence that he committed and the murders he committed and the attempted murders, that he conducted that activity alone. We will be exploring if there are any broader network. We have not uncovered any of that at this time, but that will be part of our investigation, and we will fully explore that. So thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. We can go. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Wow, a lot of information coming out of that press conference tonight. We learned some stunning new details about how they captured the suspect, Vance Belter. And I have to say, some of the things that stuck out to me in that press conference was that he was armed when they brought him into custody, that he was in their sights for an hour and a half, and that he crawled to them, and he was taken into custody peacefully.
Yeah, it sounds like they knew where he was at a certain point, and they just slowly closed in.
That a police officer saw him running into a grove of trees.
And they mentioned calling out to him, so that's kind of, just like you see on a movie, they call out the name of the suspect. They let him know that you are surrounded, like there's no getting out of this, to try to break the will of the person. Also stood out to me, undoubtedly the largest manhunt in state history.
Yeah,
big statement from Police Chief Mark Bruley there. 20 SWAT teams. I mean, usually if there is a SWAT team at a crime location, that's a big deal. So 20 SWAT teams is exponentially bigger.
And it's interesting, it sounded like they needed it to make that massive perimeter. You can see, those forests and these massive fields that they had to secure in order to kind of slowly bring him out. And as he said, it took about an hour and a half. We have investigative reporter AJ Legault on the phone with us now, who's been talking to his sources as well. A stunning press conference that we listened to just now, AJ. And I understand you have a little more information on that period of time in that hour and a half when they believed they had him in the woods and they were narrowing in on him.
Yeah, Julie, this didn't come out at the press conference we all just listened to, but what my sources are telling me is what led law enforcement to that specific area is a neighbor who spotted Bolter on a trail camera, like hunters would use in rural areas, or, landowners might have them up to spot trespassers. But that trail cam was what led law enforcement to that area. A neighbor spotted him and got a hold of law enforcement.
Yeah, it's stunning. And some of those trail cameras, you have to actually go out into the woods, take the chip out. Some of them broadcast it. It must be right into people's computers on Bluetooth. So
yeah, many of them have Bluetooth, and they're for spotting game. So a big deer goes by the trail cam, and the owner of the camera will get a picture sent right to his phone immediately. And I would surmise that's the type of camera we're talking about, is a live, a Bluetooth feed from the camera to whoever it was that spotted him. It raises certainly interesting questions about the reward that was listed.
Yeah, the FBI offering a $50,000 reward.
Yeah, and one thing that really jumped out to me listening to the press conference was they said he was armed when he was taken into custody. We know from the criminal complaint that the vehicle that was left at Speaker Hortman's home after the murders there had 3 AK-47 assault rifles and a 9mm handgun in it. And then they also found a disassembled 9mm handgun when they were searching the area. So that's 3 rifles, 2 handguns at that scene, and he was still armed when they took him into custody. So we know he had quite the arsenal at his disposal when all this started.
I'm sure residents in Green Isle and that surrounding area were on high alert and wanting to do whatever they could to help law enforcement apprehend him. We're thankful someone spotted him on a trail cam. AJ Legault, thanks so much for providing those details for us tonight. An emotional night for lawmakers, for the governor as well. He mentioned off the top of the press conference this will end 2 sleepless nights. And of course, a family that we are thinking of right now is the Hoffmans. For them to have know that a suspect has been apprehended has been a great relief. And we know that they also put out a statement tonight that we want to read to you as we close out our coverage here tonight. There is never a place for senseless political violence and loss of life. We are devastated by the loss of Melissa and Mark, and our hearts go out to all those who knew and loved them both. We are always at our best when we unite together. I think that's a wonderful note to end our coverage on tonight. We, of course, will pick up coverage starting with sunrise tomorrow morning at 4:30 a.m. But again, the suspect of the state's largest manhunt in state history has been apprehended tonight. 57-year-old Vance Belter, now in custody and being questioned as we speak. We'll bring you all the latest details as we receive them starting tomorrow morning at 4:30. Thanks so much for watching tonight.
Good night.
To the urgent manhunt for a suspect in what authorities believe is a politically motivated assassination. A Minnesota state lawmaker and her husband murdered inside their home. Another lawmaker and his wife shot but survived. ABC's Faith Abube is at the scene in Brooklyn Park, Minnesota with the latest. Faith, good morning.
Yeah, good morning to you. Investigators spent hours here yesterday at the home of the former State House Speaker who was shot and killed along with her husband yesterday. Police say they encountered that suspect right here in the driveway, and it turned into a gun battle. He then took off through the house, through the back door, running. This morning, an urgent manhunt underway after a man investigators say was posing as a police officer. Allegedly shot and killed a Minnesota lawmaker and her husband in their home. Police say the same suspect was involved in a separate attack just 90 minutes earlier, allegedly shooting and wounding another lawmaker and his wife.
Suspects posing as police officers shot 2 victims.
Police responding to reports of gunfire around 2 a.m. Saturday at the home of Democratic Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette just outside Minneapolis. Officers then checking on Democratic former House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband a few miles away at their Brooklyn Park home, only to find the two fatally shot.
They noticed that there was a police vehicle in the driveway with the lights, emergency lights on, and what appeared to be a police officer at the door coming out of the house. When our officers confronted him, the individual immediately fired upon the officers, who exchanged gunfire, and the suspect retreated back into the home.
Governor Tim Walz calling the deadly shooting politically motivated.
Speaker Hortman was someone who served the people of Minnesota with grace, compassion, humor, and a sense of service. She was a formidable public servant, a fixture and a giant in Minnesota.
Authorities now naming 57-year-old Vance Bolter as the suspect. Investigators say he was dressed as an officer, wearing a vest, a badge, and a taser, and was driving an SUV with police lights. The FBI releasing images they say are of him in a cowboy hat and wearing a latex mask outside one of the victims' homes. Investigators say they've recovered several firearms from Bolter's vehicle, along with No Kings flyers and writings mentioning the names of the victims, some abortion providers, and other Democratic lawmakers. Sources telling ABC News law enforcement is looking into whether he may have been motivated by extreme views on abortion.
Through the 90s, he really hated abortion. But we hardly ever talked. I haven't talked really about abortion for him for years.
His longtime friend David Carlson saying the suspect had been staying with him. Carlson's home raided Saturday. This just the latest in a string of violent attacks against lawmakers.
I've seen increased security for me, as have my colleague Senator Smith and all our members, as well as, of course, legislators.
And right now, there are hundreds of agents spread out across the area in this urgent manhunt. They have detained and questioned several people, but no one is in custody at this point. In the meantime, though, authorities have increased securities for some elected officials and others they believe may be at risk. There is a $50,000 reward on the table for information leading to that suspect's arrest. And Gio, I've talked to several of the neighbors here, some of them just heartbroken that this tragic event happened right here. Gio.
Heartbreaking and incredibly concerning. Faith, thank you so much for your reporting.
We want to turn our attention right now to Minnesota, as it is day 2 of the manhunt for the suspect accused in shooting the state rep Melissa Horton and her husband early hours on Saturday. And of course, we're learning more details here on Live Now from Fox as the suspect's vehicle has been found southwest of the Twin Cities. But we're also seeing some support coming from the governor, Tim Walz, saying the most consequential speaker in state history, talking about the now late representative there. You can see the picture. Also, the FBI increasing the reward in the search for this individual there, as we're following it very closely here on Live Now from Fox. Vance Bolter's vehicle found in Sibley County. Let's be joined right now here on Live Now from Fox on the ground southwest of the Twin Cities by Fox 9 reporter Babs Santos. Babs, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. What can you tell us about the location and any indication law enforcement, any keys, any evidence they have found inside of that vehicle?
Well, yes, first, we are southwest of the Twin Cities in Sibley County. It's worth pointing out, according to our reporting so far during this manhunt, yes, the suspect vehicle has been found here, but just one of possibly multiple vehicles that suspect has. here in Sibley County, there are just too many police officers to even count. We've also seen some people just stopping on the side of the road using binoculars, trying to get a vision of what's going on over there. But you'll see, even with our television camera right now, it's very far beyond us, so it's hard to see exactly what's happening. We are standing near the intersection of State Highway 25 and 291st Avenue. And earlier, many people saw just a convoy of law enforcement making its way towards Sibley County. It was too many vehicles to count. That, of course, after law enforcement earlier discovered a hat on the side of the road, which they say resembled a hat worn by their suspect, Vance Luther Bolter. Now, this morning, authorities issued several emergency alerts coming to phones of people in the area. We now know that was because they also discovered, yes, the suspect's vehicle on the road. We were able to pull to the side of the road and talk to a sheriff deputy who allowed us to get closer, take some pictures of that vehicle, but nowhere near close enough to be able to tell you what was inside of it. In the meantime, though, that emergency alert did ask people in this area to stay indoors and to keep their vehicles locked. So meanwhile, we are just staying beyond the police perimeter and waiting to hear more.
Yeah, it's so very interesting. And you mentioned that there's very little information, although the vehicle there for the suspect. Have you heard from any residents? I know it's a rural part of Minnesota. Are people concerned because there was an alert that went out on people's phones to keep their homes locked, their vehicles locked? Have you spoken to any residents on the ground?
Yeah, well, Andy, if you see here in maybe 10 seconds, there's actually even a couple of side-by-sides and golf carts coming by. Yes, that alert went out, but talking to law enforcement in the area, they told us they do feel like people might not be taking it as seriously as they might have hoped for, just because this is a more rural area, more rural part of the state, and people are used to being outdoors and doing whatever it is they're going to do on a Sunday like this one. So we have talked with some residents. We spoke with one homeowner in Green Isle who just expressed that she hoped that this would be resolved soon. But other than that, people are still out and about. Plenty of people even on this road watching from afar, trying to see what's happening down there.
All right, very good. And I just want to ask you for our national audience, because we were talking about some of the scenes, the location of the representative's home in Brooklyn Park, and then also the area that this suspect, Lance Bolter, rented a home in Minneapolis, the kind of the southwest side, and now you're further southwest, kind of between the Twin Cities and Mankato. These locations, they're not close to one another. Can you kind of set a sense of that?
Well, it sounds like from that Brooklyn Park area to the Minneapolis home was only about 6 or 7 miles, but actually just now I even looked on my phone here and it's telling me from that Brooklyn Park area to where we are now is about an hour away, about 50 miles. So from that original crime scene to the home where they got another vehicle, only a short distance, but obviously then after getting into that vehicle, they drove quite a way, about an hour away to where that car was ultimately found here in Sibley County.
I want my last question before I let you go here, Babs, is just talk about the scene, because we heard from Tim Walz, other officials saying they're concerned for people getting out and about because he had allegedly a manifesto, a list of other potential targets. Is there a sense that lawmakers are concerned? And can you talk about that? Is there a tenseness on the ground in Minnesota for officials and otherwise that this person is still on the loose?
Yes, I think there's no doubt that this is a very serious matter that they're taking very seriously. I know several lawmakers around the state have had extra security because of this over the weekend. Here, specifically in Sibley County, many roads are shut down. People might have a harder time getting from point A to point B, but other than that, it's really on each resident to take that emergency alert seriously and stay indoors and just wait this thing out.
All right, very good. Babs Santos, thank you so much. I appreciate your time reporting there from Sibley County. We appreciate you. As always, we'll be tuning into Fox 9 as they continue their coverage as well. Thanks again. All right, thank you so much. All right, great conversation there right now as the manhunt stretches into day number 2. The FBI putting out this as you're talking about some of the tip line information, 877-996-6222. Of course, Vance Luther Bolter in a lightly colored cowboy hat, potentially the hat they found on the side of the road, also the dark colored long sleeve collared shirt, light pants, and a dark bag. So this was the information we were getting yesterday from authorities. This, the most recent one, saying the FBI is now offering up to a $50,000 reward for the information leading to the capture and conviction of Vance Luther Bolter, who was wanted in the connection with yesterday's shootings in Champlin and also in Brooklyn Park. And of course, they haphazardly came on the home of that Representative Melissa Horton and others, her husband tragically losing their lives as they search for the 57-year-old. I do want to give you a sense of what we're looking at, just the timeline of events leading up to the recovery of the suspect's vehicle dating back to more than 24 hours ago. Here's our Fox 9 team that talks about some context, the timeline of what we saw here over this weekend in Minnesota.
Saturday morning when a 911 call was made in Champlin. Police responded to Senator John Hoffman's home and found he and his wife Yvette had been shot. Both were rushed to the hospital and underwent surgery. Then about an hour and a half later, Brooklyn Park police proactively went to check on Representative Melissa Hortman's home. There they found a man dressed as an officer with a fake police vehicle. The suspect shot at officers and ran away. By 5:30 a.m., a shelter-in-place alert was sent out by Brooklyn Park Police telling anyone within a 3-mile radius of the Edinburgh Golf Course to stay in their homes. At about 6 o'clock Saturday morning, the suspect stopped by a home near 49th and Fremont in Minneapolis, where residents say he rented a room. Security cameras capturing new images of the suspect dressed in casual clothing with a cowboy hat.
We're here today because an unspeakable tragedy has unfolded in Minnesota.
At 9:45, Governor Tim Walz announced that Representative Hortman and her husband Mark were both killed in what he's calling a politically motivated assassination. At 11 o'clock, authorities and the governor urging people to not attend any scheduled rallies until after the suspect is in custody. An hour and a half later, officials in Champlin said there was no current threat to the public. Then by 1 o'clock Saturday afternoon, the Associated Press identified the suspect as 57-year-old Vance Luther Bolter. The scene at the Hoffman's home in Champlin was cleared by 1:30. Around 1:45, the Minneapolis home where Bolter rented a room was searched by investigators. Then by 3 p.m., authorities confirmed Bolter as a suspect in the case and asked for the public's help in locating him. At 3:20, nearly 12 hours after officers first encountered Bolter, Brooklyn Park authorities lifted the shelter-in-place order, believing he is out of that immediate area around the Hortman home. At 3:50, the Hennepin County Medical Examiner confirms both Melissa and Mark Hortman died of multiple gunshot wounds. It was around 4 o'clock Saturday afternoon, the FBI announced a $50,000 reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of Bolter. By 9 p.m. Saturday night, family members confirm Yvette Hoffman is awake and alert.
All right, good news there in terms of those other individuals shot by this individual. They are looking for the suspect in the reward now up to some $50,000. And you can see some of this as the 911 call was made from Champlin, 2 a.m. Police talking about this. The Senator Hoffman and his wife, Yvette, had been shot. Of course, they are both recovering after undergoing surgery at the hospital. Of course, Yvette Hoffman dove in front of her children to protect her from the gunman. So obviously some positive news in terms of that, but the manhunt continues on involving this individual. The reward has increased and they have identified or found this, what they're believing to be the vehicle's suspect southwest of Minnesota. This is a live picture right now. Let's take you right now out to a conversation our Fox 9 team had with the senator out of Minnesota, Tina Smith, here on Live Now from Fox. Let's listen into this here as it continues on.
Senator, I'm so sorry for the loss of your friend and colleague. Just what's going through your mind as you received this news yesterday?
Well, thank you, Leah. I'm so grateful to have a chance to talk a little bit about Melissa because she was such an extraordinary person. I honestly am still having a hard time processing that she is not, that she and Mark are gone. And my heart is so with their children and their whole family. You know, we were all together on Friday night. We have our big Democratic Party dinner on Friday. It was the Humphrey Mondale dinner. And so I saw Melissa and Mark and also Senator Hoffman and his wife Yvette, and we exchanged hugs, and we're so happy to be together. And then to imagine the horror of what unfolded just a few hours later it's hard to grapple with. I'm sure you've had the opportunity to talk to Melissa in your job, and you know her. Everybody knew her to be just smart and strategic and very funny, had a great witty sense of humor. She took her work very seriously, but didn't take herself seriously. And I think that that's one of the reasons why she was such an effective legislator and so respected, not only by Democrats, but also by Republicans. And her loss is just hard to fathom. And to see it happen in this vicious and politically motivated way makes it so hard.
Yes, and I know we have a photo, a beautiful photo of Representative Hortman and her husband Mark at that event on Friday, and that's a tradition. Is that an annual event that folks go to? And like you said, just to think of those were your last words and the last time being in the room with her. Was there anything strange about that night? I mean, security for an event like that has to be massive.
We have very good security for these events. This is an annual dinner. It has well over 1,000 people. It's the Humphrey Mondale dinner, and it is a gathering of organizers and activists and elected leaders and supporters of Democrats all over the state. So people come from, far northern Minnesota and the southeastern and southwestern corners, and it's an opportunity for us all to come together. And there are lots of big political speeches, and it was, of course, for many of us, it was an opportunity to see people. I'm in Washington much of the time, so it was wonderful for me to be able to see Melissa, who had just finished, negotiating with the governor and other legislators. What had been a challenging legislative session, and getting that budget negotiated. She looked relieved and relaxed, and I'm happy to be there with friends and her husband Mark. And you can see in this picture, just like their happiness being together.
Yeah, it is a beautiful photo and smiling, and we're thankful that the folks at the DFL party will be able to share this photo with us. As this unfolded yesterday, we spoke with some lawmakers who, I know you can only say so much and want to keep everyone safe, but, law enforcement being sent to state lawmakers' homes to watch guard over all of you. Can you talk to us a little bit about how this has unfolded as we were receiving, what little information the law enforcement and investigators could safely give us, but from a safety standpoint for you and your family and other lawmakers, how this has unfolded this weekend?
Well, I first heard about this tragedy first thing yesterday morning when I woke up at around 7:15, and I heard about the shooting. We didn't know yet exactly what had happened, but we knew that it sounded very, very bad. The governor had reached out to me in the very early hours of the morning, and within a short period of time, I had protection for myself and my family here. Of course, we knew that there had been this list of other potential targets in this assassin's vehicle, and my name was on that list. And so, of course, you have feelings of concern about the safety and security of the people that are around you and yourself in this moment. I want to just say that the response of law enforcement, Minneapolis Police Department, Hennepin County, and others has just been remarkable, and I am so grateful for what they are doing to not only execute this massive manhunt for this assassin, but also do what they can do to keep everybody safe so that this nightmare doesn't get any worse. Their quick response in the middle of the night on Saturday morning, Friday night, to what was, I think, instrumental in making sure that this man, this alleged shooter, didn't get any further in his mayhem.
That is a sobering realization to know that you were on this list by this suspect. Does that change anything moving forward? I know you're already, and you and other lawmakers are already so careful in how you're going to a press event and the timing of when you share where your location and when those things are going to take place. But you're a public figure. How will this change things moving forward?
Well, we're assessing that right now. It's hard to know for sure. It's horrible for me to think that my ability to move around the state, to be with my constituents, and to do the things that I would normally do as a senator. I'm just a normal human being who goes to the grocery store and goes to have dinner with my kids and works in the backyard in my garden. That somehow that would be circumscribed, or I wouldn't have the same freedom and flexibility. Of course, it's important also that I stay safe, and I think not only of myself but of all of the other people who, make the commitment and also the sacrifice to serve in public life. So we are still just figuring this out. But I hope that this will be a tipping point where we can understand that we need to step away from this violence and this idea that we resolve in this country our differences not through violence, but through talk and through legislation and through the way that we govern ourselves, and not through taking the law into our own hands in such a violent and terrible way.
Yes, and we know it must be a scary thought to know that the authorities still looking for this suspect.
All right, just listening in there, Tina Smith joining our Fox 9 team earlier on today to discuss the latest, as the senator's name was also on this hit list for this suspect, as we're following the latest here on Live Now from Fox. listening in there to our Fox 9 team as we see authorities now stepping to the podium to provide an update on this Minnesota manhunt. Let's listen into this here on Live Now from Fox.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bob Jacobson. I'm the Commissioner of Public Safety, and it's my honor to be with you again today on this continuing investigation. First of all, I want to thank our law enforcement partners who are continuing to investigate and search for our suspect in this case. We appreciate all the time that they're taking away, including today on Father's Day, as they're trying to, get to a successful conclusion. I also want to thank the public for listening to what we're putting out there for information, assisting us in any way that they can in locating our suspect. We appreciate that very much, and their help is always, of course, appreciated. Today we'll have some speakers to present some information and updates on what's going on with our investigation. So as we get through our speakers, after we're all done, there'll be an opportunity to ask some questions. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mayor Ryan Sabas. Mayor.
Thank you, and thank you all for coming. It's in moments like this that we search for answers to something that defies understanding. A senseless and tragic act that has shaken us all. But in our darkest hours, we're reminded of the strength and resilience of community. We come together not only to grieve, but to stand strong. And together, we will rise. The heinous act should never have happened. Speaker Emeritus Melissa Hortman and Senator John Hoffman are not just public servants. They are remarkable individuals who have devoted their lives to serving others. Every person deserves to feel safe in their home, including those that are elected to lead us. We have the full confidence in our justice system and the professionals working tirelessly to bring individuals responsible to justice. The Champlin Police Department, the Brooklyn Park Police Department, the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, the Minnesota Department of Public Safety, and the FBI, all working closely in coordination on this ongoing and active investigation. We are anxiously awaiting news of justice, and we will not rest until that happens. If you have any information, please contact the tip line at bca.tips@state.mn.us or call 877-996-6222 or your local police department. Your voice could make the difference. Now more than ever, we must truly focus on what matters. Beneath all of our differences, political, personal, or otherwise, we are all human beings, and every human life has a value. Let us move forward with compassion, unity, and a fierce resolve for care for one another. While this tragedy has deeply impacted our cities, the people of Champlin, Brooklyn Park, and the greater Minnesota community are strong. We support those who are grieving, we honor those that we have lost, and we stand beside those that are still fighting. Champlin, Brooklyn Park, surrounding areas, stay strong, show love, show respect, be kind, and never forget the strength that we hold when we stand together. Thank you. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mayor Winston. Thank you.
Hi, so Mayor Winston of the city of Brooklyn Park. As I've said before, prayers and support go out to the families of the Hoffmans and the Hortmans. I know that our cities, Champlin, and Brooklyn Park are going through a fair amount of grief. But in reality, there's no distance between Brooklyn Park and Champlin Park in terms of supporting the families. Because of this, we know that Speaker Hortman, beyond her legislative impact, has had such an impact on unifying our communities and bringing them together. And even in a personal level, she's been dedicated to helping youth when nobody was looking. And when we look at Senator Hoffman earlier today, I was at a prayer vigil for him. And we were talking about how are we going to support the family and come together. When we realized that the number of families that we're going to have to reach out to and the communities we're going to have to reach out to bring everyone together, he's just had such an outsized impact. It's going to be a fair amount of work to properly support and honor him. Because of that, We're really supporting law enforcement in this, and we want to thank law enforcement for the pursuit of justice. So when we talk about Governor Walz and Commissioner Jacobson and the resources they made available immediately to our resources at the federal level, the support that we're getting there, county, regional, local, and of course, Brooklyn Park. I think the work that was done there saved a number of lives. And again, they're committed to justice. And to assist them, we're asking, I think it was said earlier, we asked folks if they have information, please reach out to a tip line. And also, please, if you're looking for information, track real points of information, directly contact or look at information from law enforcement sources. Avoid not sharing or sharing misinformation. And then also, let's realize it's a time for calming words and influence. We are one community, so we very much need to come together on this and support one another. Again, there is some healing that needs to be done here, and we really want to support the families. Again, prayers go out to the families of the Hortmans and the Hoffmans. So thank you, everybody, for your support, and thank you for support not just for within Brooklyn Park or Champlin, but also thank you for support from across the country and through greater Minnesota.
Thank you, Mayor, and mayors and commissioner, and for everybody. I am Drew Evans, the superintendent of the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. I want to provide you a little bit of an update on what we've been working on today and where we are continuing to go. Law enforcement continues to work in partnership to locate and take into custody Vance Bolter in relation to these murders and attempted murders. There's a nationwide warrant for his arrest for the murders and attempted murders in this case at the state level, and there's also then a federal warrant for the same crime, or for him as well, for unlawful flight to avoid prosecution. That's through the coordination that's been done with the Hennepin County Attorney's Office and the United States Attorney's Office for that. And so he is wanted on those across the United States. He is not in custody at this time. This remains a very active investigation. We continue to conduct interviews on the investigative piece, not only to learn his whereabouts, but also to follow up on the case and gather the information as part of these the prosecution related to him. As you may have noted today, and I know you've been around and the sheriff provided some updates, there is information that led us to do the searches that continue in Sibley County in that area. Those teams will continue to be active until they feel that they have done a thorough and complete search in that area for him. I want to reiterate for everybody, if you know anything about his whereabouts, or if you spot anything suspicious or may have been suspicious in the last 24 hours, anywhere, but certainly down in that area, to please contact law enforcement, either your local law enforcement and through our tip line. I also want to remind everybody that there's a $50,000 reward offered by the FBI in this particular case. That reward is leading to the capture of him related to this, and that is offered by the FBI. The teams that continue to work on this is over 100 law enforcement officers and numerous SWAT teams that are in that area searching for him. The BCA is working in partnership in this investigation with the Brooklyn Park Police Department, Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, FBI, ATF, United States Marshal Service, Sibley County Sheriff's Office, and then numerous other agencies such as the State Patrol and other sheriff's offices from across the state of Minnesota and local law enforcement. This is of the utmost priority, and that is why you're seeing teams from the Twin Cities down in Sibley trying to apprehend him as quickly as possible. We did locate in that area that led us a vehicle that we had interest in related to him yesterday that we were searching for, and it was located in Sibley County very early today. Also, I know it's been reported a hat that we believe he was wearing was found in proximity to that vehicle, which is what has led us to believing he was in that area. As we go forward on this, as we see, what we would ask the public to do is continue to remain vigilant, and anything that you see as suspicious, to please report this to us. You know, for him, It is important now at this point that he's wanted for these to come into custody. We want that to be done safely, both for him and for the public, so that we can move forward with this process, and also for the entire state of Minnesota. As they noted, our law enforcement continue to work very diligently and hard, and we know everybody wants answers. And what I'd ask for everybody today, I know it's been a long day without updates, but that's because it's been a very fluid day. There's been a number of different things that have been followed up on throughout the day and will continue to. As noted, we have taken in over 400 tips into our tip line already, and I would encourage people to continue to provide those so that our investigators can sift through those for clues and information that will lead us to him and to uncover exactly what's happening. Lastly, I would just remind everybody that we have families that continue to grieve, that are going through this process, and that it's very difficult for them. We've been in contact with families related to this, trying to provide some answers. And while everybody wants an easy answer, I would encourage everybody online and in our communities to not speculate on what occurred and what the motivation was for this. We often want easy answers for complex problems, and this is a complex situation that our investigators are going to need time to sift through the information and evidence, and those answers will come as we complete the full picture of our investigation, and we will continue to provide that information as we are able. With that, I'd be happy to answer some questions at this time, and I just remind everybody that it's a very active investigation.
So we saw...
Excuse me, can you introduce yourself and your media organization?
Morning, Lawmaker 11. We saw a car being towed away from the scene where you were talking about the active investigation in City County. Did you find anything in that car? Our reporters noticed that there was something being grabbed underneath the blanket. Can you share any information?
So the question was, did we find anything in that car? We did find items of evidence in that car that are relevant to this investigation. We can't go into the details of that, but there were items recovered for that car that are relevant, that will be part of our investigation, that provide additional answers, and that lead us to believe, additionally, beyond looking for it, that he was associated with that vehicle.
Adrian Broadus from NBC News Network. Do you believe the suspect is trying to leave the country? And if so, do you have any evidence maybe toward Canada?
So the question is, do we believe that he is trying to leave the country or headed towards Canada? There's a large law enforcement presence down in Sibley County, but we don't have him in custody. So we don't have evidence that he's intending a particular destination, but all options are open to the investigative team, and they're exploring that right now.
Dan Huck from the New York Times. Do you believe he's on foot?
The question is, do we believe he's on foot? We believe in terms of we have not concluded exactly how he is getting around the area at this time. It could be in multiple ways that he has traveled, and that's open, and that's why you see in that area a very large perimeter, because they're looking at various modes of transportation from there.
Hey, it's Brittany Shepard, ABC News. Do you believe the suspect is still alive? And can you tell us more about the traffic stop involved in what happened?
Yeah, the question is, do we believe he's still alive? We're certainly operating as though he's still alive and believe he is at this time, and will continue on as is. And the question about his wife and traffic stop, I think everybody would know that, in any time an individual is identified as a suspect in investigation, we're going to talk to their family members and do that. So we met with his family, not just his wife, but other family members, to really understand what's going on, and that's part of that, and that will help us complete the investigation. And so that was part of what we're doing. Jay?
Jay Coles, Channel 5 News. Drew, on that point, are they in custody at all, or were they just questioned and released? And also, do you have any evidence that he might have stopped at another lawmaker's house before he got to Hoffman Morgan?
So the questions were, are they in custody? The answer is no. And then as far as the others, we've mentioned we can't get into the specifics of the investigation. We believe that there certainly were other individuals that were identified as part of this information with him. And the terms of what exactly he had done, we are still continuing to build out that full picture as to what his whereabouts were. But we certainly are getting there, and there were other individuals that, might have been targeted. Yep. Paul knows.
One of my colleagues spoke with people in Sibley County who were told that the suspect may have been getting around on a bicycle or an e-bike. Can you speak to that at all?
Yeah. So the question was, is the individual getting around on a bike or bicycle? I think that, as noted previously, there might be multiple modes of transportation for the individual, and we can't get into the details and specifics. It might thwart our ability to locate the individual.
Yeah, Drew Paul Bloom, Fox 9, just about assistance. Do we believe at this point he's getting any assistance? Any evidence that was found? And then just to elaborate a little bit more on that traffic stop, because there have been leaks that the cash is in the wife's car, passports, weaponry. It sounds, intriguing. Can you elaborate a little bit more on what was found there and why, if so, they were able to be released?
Yeah, the question was, why were they about the traffic stop, and what were then? Can you repeat the first part of your question?
And the first was just, is there any hard evidence that he's getting assistance?
Oh, yeah, thank you. So the question was, is there assistance in the items? And I can't discuss the details of what was inside of the vehicle at that time. It's part of our active criminal investigation, and we're working on that. Why were they allowed to be released? They were cooperative. We're working through that process. We certainly always analyze evidence, but they were very cooperative with us and provided us the information we needed and the information related to that. If the question about do we believe he's receiving any assistance, options are on the table. We haven't seen specific individuals doing that, but we don't know that specifically now. He's certainly been in contact with individuals. Whether or not they're providing active assistance, I can't provide that.
Lilia, have you found any indication of prior threats, any online activity, any communication besides the manifesto? If you wouldn't mind sharing some details of the manifesto that might help people help find them.
Yeah. Thank you for the question. It was about details on what's been referred to as manifesto, and then are there online information or others or threats indicating. So far, we have not located any prior threats with this individual towards anybody on that. That will obviously be a deeper dive to really understand the motivation of this individual and whether or not that is on there and connections related to threats, whether they might be here or in different parts of the United States. In terms of what's been referred to manifesto, I want to clarify for everybody, and just for this is not a document, because I think it's important for the public to understand, that would be like a traditional manifesto that's a treatise on all kinds of ideology and writings. This is a notebook with a lot of that's been reported of lawmakers and others that are listed in here, and then much more other thoughts that are throughout this, as opposed to a very succinct document that's providing long, and it's mixed in with other documents. So that's where this is coming from. I don't want the public to have the impression that there's this long manifesto that's providing all of this information and details and then associated with names. It's much more about names and then others, and we will work through. And beyond that, I cannot provide details because it's part of the active criminal investigation.
Right. Thank you, guys.
I have a question. Is the shelter in place in Egan related to this investigation?
I am not familiar with that. I'd have to ask you to go to Egan. The question was a shelter in place in Egan, and I am not tracking a shelter in place in Egan right now. Was it earlier today, or is it right now? I would ask that we've been in here for a few minutes, so I don't know if there's anything related to ours, but I'd have to ask you to talk to the Egan Police Department.
More about the federal role?
Yeah, I can, just on that. So the federal role on, yes, please.
Joint Captain with WCCO. If you could speak more about the federal role of all this.
Yeah.
Is there still an ongoing threat to current lawmakers?
So what I would tell you in terms of the questions were ongoing threat to public lawmakers, is there one? Certainly the safety of our lawmakers and public services is utmost concern to all of us. Certainly is to the security apparatus at the Capitol that provide that for them, our Minnesota State Patrol as well. And so we continue to evaluate that. I will say that we have no indication that the individual that is wanted here did anything other than conduct these acts by himself. But that doesn't mean we aren't exploring more fully if there's any other threats that might be there. We will continue to evaluate that and work together with them. In terms of the role of the federal government, they've been extremely great partners to all of us. The FBI and ATF, the United States Marshal Service, and others from the federal government are providing both investigative assistance on this case and then participating in the manhunt for the individual to locate him and take him into custody safely. That is not uncommon in a large case like this, and the United States Attorney's Office has been in contact with us, and they certainly will be exploring if there are federal charges that would be connected to this sort of violence that was conducted on our lawmakers.
Who is taking the lead in this? Is it still Minnesota?
Yeah, so this is a partnership right now. The Brooklyn Park Police Department is the lead on the murders that occurred in their city, and we are assisting them as we do as a BCA and communities all across Minnesota with the assistance of the Sheriff's Office as well, and then those federal agencies. When we do an investigation like this, it is not uncommon for us to work in partnership with our federal agencies to see if there is an investigation that may lead to federal charges, which is what we're doing. So it is very typical that you would pursue in a murder case, the murder investigation as a state case, be charged, and then we'll examine if there are federal charges, and we'll have those ongoing conversations, which we are doing right now with the United States Attorney's Office for Minnesota. And in that case, the FBI is typically the lead agency in that case, unless there is something else that's more specialized, like gun charges, etc. All right, thank you. We should answer this. So, and this is, the question is, this has been expanded to South Dakota. And I think that came from, I don't know the specifics, but oftentimes when we're looking for an individual, we will send out information to law enforcement in surrounding states. Yesterday, he certainly had a lot of time to be able to cover a lot of distance once we knew that he had escaped from the crime scene. We believe that information was shared just like we would share in Minnesota if somebody was coming. This happens on a regular basis, that it was shared out for their law enforcement to be on the lookout. They call it a bolo, to be on the lookout for the individual, and we believe it was there. We were never tracking and believing the individual went to South Dakota as an investigative team. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you. Happy Father's Day to all the dads.
All right, you're just listening in there to our Fox 9 team, or our updates from officials in Minnesota. We're going to jump into our Fox 9 team a little bit, but not a ton of takeaways on this most recent update on the day number 2 of the Minnesota manhunt, as of course they believe that this vehicle belongs to this individual, Vance Belter, there in Minnesota. They're also talking about the FBI increasing the reward to $50,000. They are assuming that he's alive, and also talked about the mode of transportation, making possibly multiple transportation. They said they met with his family. They are not in custody at this point, and they are being cooperative. Also talked about the manifesto, saying there were no prior threats to anyone on his hit list, his kill list. Let's take you back out right now to our Fox 9 team as they're continuing to
Police found that the Minnesota Senator Hoffman and his wife had both been shot. But at 3:35, officers then went to the home of Hortman. They're starting now. Let's listen in.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bob Jacobson. I am the Commissioner of Public Safety, and it's my honor to serve in that position. We're here today to give some updates on the current investigation. First off, I would like to thank the law enforcement agencies and the public out there who are being vigilant, our law enforcement partners who are watching out for others in our community, the understanding and patience of the public as we work to find this individual and bring that person to justice. We know that it's been a difficult day for not only those who have worked with those legislators, but it's also a difficult day for those in the state of Minnesota who are working through this terrible tragedy. Today we have a few speakers who are going to, again, give some updates, and we will be available to answer some questions once all the speakers have had that opportunity to say a few words. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Superintendent Drew Evans of the BCA.
Thanks, Commissioner. And today we are asking for the public's help at this point in time in locating Vance Luther Bolter, who is a 57-year-old white male who's 6 feet 1 inches tall, 220 pounds, with brown hair and brown eyes. I know this name has been reported in the media so far, and we are confirming as a person of interest that we are looking to locate in relation to this. At this time, we would ask the public, if you do locate him or see him, to call 911. Do not approach him. You should consider him armed and dangerous, and you should call 911 immediately with the information. He was seen last this morning wearing light-colored cowboy hat that you can see up here in the clothing there, with dark-colored long-sleeve collared shirt or coat, light pants, and carrying a dark bag. If you have any tips about the whereabouts or any information that would be helpful, you can call local police department, or you can call our BCA tip line at 877-996-6222, or email us at bca.tips@state.mn.us. We still don't know if additional people are involved, but this individual is the one that we're looking as a person of interest right now. But there may be other people with him, and we would like to speak to anybody that may have had contact with him at any point in time. So please connect with us, even if this has been some time ago today, so that we can follow up and continue to work together to keep our communities safe. And we, as the Commissioner noted, we'll take some questions at the end. But again, we are seeking the assistance of the public in locating him. I want to continue to say, as you see, there's hundreds of law enforcement officers working on this right now for the partners that you see up here today, as well from Champlin, Brooklyn Park, the State Patrol, Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, FBI, ATF, just a myriad of partners working to try to locate this individual. And with that, I will turn it over to the mayor, and we'll answer questions at the end.
So hi, my name is Hollis Winston, Mayor of the City of Brooklyn Park. First, I want to extend my prayers to the Hoffman family, but also to the Hortman family as well. You know, there will come a time down the road for healing within us as a community, but right now I think what's required is a calming words and rhetoric. I want folks to make sure they listen to the facts from credible sources like law enforcement, but also to resist spreading misinformation. And then again, asking folks to listen to law enforcement in general when law enforcement has those specific asks. In Brooklyn Park and Champlin and our surrounding communities, in fact, the state, we're very much family. The Hoffman and Hortman families are very much our family. And so our prayers continuously go out to them. And it's very much a time for us to come together as a community and as a family. And I think people need to see it that way. I want to thank law enforcement, Governor Walz, Commissioner Jacobson, Sheriff Witt, FBI, various counties, local law enforcement. Even with our city of Brooklyn Park, we're seeing a ton of local law enforcement and county law enforcement just supporting our city overall. And we want to thank them for doing that. They're dedicated to keeping us safe and to securing justice. I would say to support them again, if you have information, there'll be information behind me. Please share that information. And again, please look and listen for valid information and share that. There will be a time to come together, and I think specifically for the city of Brooklyn Park and within our area, there'll be a time where we come together and we work through what we're going through now as a community. But I want to say this. You know, this individual did this to instill fear into our community, but they also wanted to create a distinct and singular point of view. When I listed all of that law enforcement coming together, that was really us as a state, as a community, from all different walks of life, coming together to work on what's happening. And I received calls from folks across the state from all different ethnicities and communities as well, with an outpouring of support. So I want you to understand that as a city, but as a state, as a community, we're very much going to come together. We're going to see this through, and we're all going to work together to figure this out. So again, I want to thank our law enforcement, and I want to turn it over to the Mayor of Champlain Park.
Good afternoon. My name is Ryan Sabis, Mayor of Champlain, and on behalf of the City of Champlain, our police department, and our City Council, I want to extend heartfelt thoughts and prayers to Senator John Hoffman and Representative Melissa Hortman and their families. We are deeply saddened by the senseless act of violence, and our hearts are with all those that have been affected. Our police department is working close partnership with state, local, and federal agencies to pursue this active investigation. We are incredibly grateful for their swift and responsible professional response and for the collaboration of commitment of every officer involved. We ask everyone to stay attentive, report anything that feels concerning, and most of all, continue to show kindness, respect, and care for one another. This is how we move forward together. And again, thank you all for being here. And again, I think Mayor Winston said it well that Hoffman family and Hortman family are very much part of our communities, part of our fabric of our communities. And we really wish the families all the best. Thank you.
As folks have said, we'll take a few questions. Please don't forget to, in your first question, introduce yourself, your immediate organization with whom you're with, and if you have a question for a specific individual, call that out. Thank you.
From Fox 9, do you have an update on Senator Hoffman's condition?
The question was, do we have an update on Senator Hoffman's condition? We don't at this time. The last information we had is that he was out of surgery and was in stable condition at that time, but that certainly experienced significant injuries, so we'll have to continue to monitor that.
You said person of interest, so not a suspect, or is...
He's a suspect, one and the same for this particular case at this point in time.
Okay, so we can say suspect.
You can say suspect.
Adam Bexer with WCCO News. You know this guy, it was at least affiliated with some sort of security company, according to its own website, that has highly trained security individuals. Can you speak to the level of knowledge this person might have about, using a gun or, different security tactics that might separate him from a typical person walking down the street?
Yes, so the question was regarding the sophistication of the individual based on reports that he owned a security company. I certainly can't get into the details of the investigation. That'll all be part of that, and we'll explore all of that. We're aware of the connections that you reference, and the team will be dissecting that between the investigators, Brooklyn Park Police Department, and all of the state, local, and federal partners that are working on that. Certainly, an individual will have some familiarity if that's the line of work that they're in with some of the tactics that you noted, but we'll be exploring that more fully.
One question about the photo that we're seeing in the cowboy hat and the jacket. Is that photo taken today?
That his photo is today.
And is it from a ring camera at the residence of either of our lawmakers?
The question is it from a ring camera? It's not. This is from a business. So this is at a business location. And there, we believe, as noted, that we believe he's was still in at this time. He was in the Twin Cities area, and that we are continuing to work and follow up on that. We believe he's working to potentially flee the area, and so that's why we're sharing that with that information now, so that we can safely apprehend him.
Is there a way that you're in touch with the TSA? I know Governor Walz has been in contact with federal agencies. You have mentioned with the FBI.
Yeah.
Are airlines, seeing his pictures, so he doesn't work on?
So the question is, are we in contact with TSA? We've been in contact with all of the federal authorities that are relevant to this investigation. We will continue to be.
Are you able to share the time or location that photo was taken today?
The question is, can I share the time and location? This was this morning when this was taken. It was in the city of Minneapolis. That's at this point, I think, all that we can share as we work to follow up on that.
Are there any surveillance or ring camera video from either of the residents where the shooting's taking place?
The question is, there's surveillance or ring camera. We do have various video from different locations. I don't want to get into specifics as part of the active investigation, but there is video that has been obtained by the investigators.
Can you talk about some of the other locations that you guys are working on? Green Isle, maybe Fremont, and
So Yeah, we can. The question is, can we talk about some of the other locations? You know, because their teams are very active as part of an active investigation, I can't talk about the specifics. What I will tell you is the two locations you noted in Minneapolis and in Green Isle, they are related to this investigation and the follow-up that the teams are doing.
I'm going to give Ellen, I'm sorry, we're going to give it to Ellen, and then we're going to have one more question.
Can you talk a little bit more about the manifesto and what kind of motivation it might be? We're told that there might be some socialist lawmakers on this manifesto, and that has anything to do with the motivation here?
At this point in time, it'd be premature. The question was, is the manifesto and the information that we have received, is their motivations? We are working diligently on that. There's certainly some indications within that, but there's not specifics enough. We have been, this is a very active and fluid investigation. Throughout the day, as you've been waiting and these teams have been out working out in the field, and they have been gathering more documents and information. So it would be premature for me at this point to really say exactly what the motivation might be from these writings, but we will be continuing to work on that and provide that information when we're able.
You Mr. Walker, senior from the search committee. Do you have a sense, did they know each other? Like, did this man know either Senator Foreman or Senator Hoffman in any capacity?
The question is, did they know each other in any capacity? We are still exploring that. There's certainly some overlap with some, public meetings, I will say, with Senator Hoffman and the individual, but we don't know the nature of the relationship or if they actually knew each other.
All right, thank you. Thanks, everybody.
All right, as you see there, pretty brief news conference officially wrapping up there in Minnesota. But you can see there on the screen, that's the person that they're looking for. They described him as having some sort of enforcement background there, as owning a security company. They said they're aware of some of these reports, but that's the man on the screen. The 57-year-old is wanted in these two shootings. His name is Vance Bolter. They did say there that they've been in contact with multiple law enforcement agencies in order to coordinate to talk with them to see if they're able to locate him. They're now asking for the public's help, asking them to reach out if anyone sees him. But that picture you see on the screen with the suspect in the hat, they say that was taken outside of a business in the Twin Cities today. So they want people to focus on this image as they're still looking for him to see if they're able to locate him. They're putting out a full description there with him in a dark jacket and a cowboy hat as well. So we'll continue to keep our eyes on this story here on Live Now from Fox. We've been getting in some of these updates all day long, and our partners there at Fox 9 have been doing an incredible job staying on top of this story. But again, very sad story today out of Minnesota, as a lawmaker was shot and killed alongside her husband. Again, we'll keep you updated here on Live Now from Fox. We do know that another lawmaker, a state senator, was also shot in the process. He and his wife were shot, but they are expected to survive. Governor Tim Walz said that they are cautiously optimistic. So we're still getting in some of this reaction as well from others in response to this shooting. I want to put this up on your screen. This is there from Senator Amy Klobuchar. She's making some remarks saying she is heartbroken and horrified by the tragic loss of Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband, Mark, who were taken from us in an act of violence. Melissa was a good friend, and we started in politics at the same time, and we're always here for one another. She was a true public servant to the core, dedicating her life to serving Minnesotans with integrity and compassion. Melissa's legacy will endure, but today we grieve deeply. John's and my prayers are with their children, their loved ones, and all who are mourning in this devastating loss. Again, this is what law enforcement officers are calling a targeted attack. So we'll continue to keep you updated as any more details come into our newsroom. But right now, that manhunt for the suspect is still on at this hour. Take another look there at your screen. Some of those images just released there by officials. We're going to take the time now to slide away for a 2-minute commercial break. Stay right here with us on live coverage. But again, the House leader, Melissa Hortman, was shot and killed in what they're calling targeted attacks on Democratic lawmakers. Let's listen in to some of Fox 9's coverage.
When you got that shelter,
you can keep that mic 6 inches lower.
when you got that order to stay sheltered, stay in place, what did you think of that? Do you remember?
No, I wasn't think of anything. I just recorded and I post on my TikTok and they say, hey, something happened in my neighborhood. Yeah.
Do you remember a couple of years ago someone had told me there had been protests outside her house? Did you remember ever seeing that?
I remember. He remember, I don't.
Okay.
I don't really keep up the news. He do.
And you said for you, Melissa, I mean, it was kind of cool to have the Speaker of the House or Speaker of the Minnesota House.
During, I think, 2023, I was trick-or-treating, and I went up to her house, and she was there. I was like, ooh, really, this is where you live? And then we took a photo together, and then, I don't know, but the day of the protest, I think it was like 2021, one of my friends who live also nearby her house, she told me that some people knocked on her door and then said they're going to do protests. I don't know what exactly they were protesting, but there was something there.
Did you hear the gunfire?
No, I wasn't. I was still kind of asleep. I heard sirens, but I wasn't sure what was going on because I thought it was like from the highway, but it was just right over there.
Really quiet neighborhood in general, I take it on this golf course. How are you? What's your mindset now? Are you sad?
I'm a little disappointed on why people were shooting politicians, and I don't know. It's kind of odd for this to happen.
I think people don't necessarily know how to react. It is odd. It's odd. It's scary. It's upsetting, sad. I mean, there's so many emotions, I think, going through a lot of folks today, whether you're a legislator or just a resident, a citizen, and then even differently for those who live near the victims in this case. So just a lot to process. Still looking for the suspect that has not been brought into custody yet. He left on foot from Melissa Hortman's home early this morning. He left on foot. How he got anywhere from there is unclear. We don't know.
Yeah, Paul Bloom, who is in Brooklyn Park, just put in 2:04, so a couple of minutes ago here, that they just got another shelter-in-place bulletin in that area where he is near the golf course. All the phones just went off. Still 3-mile radius. He says the verbiage is the same. So again, shelter in place if you are in that area. It's not a lockdown. You can come and go, but they're asking people just to sort of stay put. There are obviously out there, we've seen them trying to look for any evidence. They just don't want things to be disturbed, or you just never know what small piece of evidence could be where, in a yard or that kind of thing. So just asking people just to kind of stay put while the investigation continues there.
And there's that location, the Green Isle location, and of course the Minneapolis location. A lot of stuff going on as they try to track down this guy. And then of course we have these protests that the governor had asked and the state police had asked people not to attend, but a lot of people did anyway. These are no kings, anti-Trump type protests that in some cases are going on anyway. The big one was at the Capitol. That should be about over by now, I would think.
I would think so, although it sounds like there were still quite a few people there, according to our reporters. And then we have another reporter who says they're looking at one in Minnetonka that's pretty massive, easily hundreds of people there. So not everybody's paying attention to the news, and not everybody gets up and checks social media, and not everybody gets the message. But if you are hearing this and you are planning on going out anywhere to a political rally, you're being asked not to do that today.
Meanwhile, we have learned a lot about the suspect. Specifically, Fox 9's Tim Blotz has learned a lot about the suspect in the last hour or so. We're going to go to him now. Tim, can you there's a lot to know about this guy. Can you kind of run down the details for us?
Absolutely, Karen. There really is. And when I give you his background here, I think you're going to see a lot of things perhaps line up to the evidence that we've discovered at the scene that law enforcement is pouring through at the moment. Now, the suspect's name is Vance Luther Bolter. This has been confirmed by the Associated Press through unnamed sources, but this is the person that they're looking for. He's 57 years old, and he has an extensive police security background, okay? He is currently the Director of Security Patrols at Praetorian Guard Security Services here in the Twin Cities. Now, that company's website says that Vance is involved with security situations, or has been, in Eastern Europe, Africa, North America, the Middle East, including the West Bank, southern Lebanon, and the Gaza Strip. He has also worked, according to their website, with the largest U.S. oil refining company, also the world's largest food company based in Switzerland, and the world's largest convenience retailer based in Japan. So he has extensive security backgrounds across the globe. According to his educational background, this is from another website that I found, the Minnesota Africans United website, and he apparently very well served with that organization, that he majored in international relations at St. Cloud State, has his master's in management along with his doctorate in education from Cardinal Stritch University in Milwaukee, which is a very reputable university in the Milwaukee area. Now, here's another interesting point, gals. He was appointed by Governor Walz back in 2016 to serve on the governor's workforce board. That term expired in 2018. He was reappointed in 2019. That term expired in 2023. And you have to understand, in state government, various governors have a lot of advisory boards to help them on various issues that the executive branch of government has to work with. Every governor has these. You know, Dayton had them, Pawlenty had them, Governor Walz certainly has them. And what the governor's workforce board does, it advises the governor on issues with workforce development across the state. And he was a private sector representative appointed to be on that board. Okay, so, but his background with this private security company would match to some of the evidence found at the scene. Number one, the black security car that was there that looked very much like a police cruiser, that Ford Explorer with the lights that were still flashing on board, the entire car in black. And also, he would have access to the types of uniforms and equipment that Brooklyn Park police officers described the suspect wearing when they confronted him when he came out the front door of Melissa Hortman's home. Now, the police chief there, Chief Burley, described him wearing a police black uniform with a taser, various other apparatus on, and a badge that he said that looked just like mine at the news conference this morning. In fact, he told all the reporters there at the time that if we were both standing in the same room, you would not know that he was not a police officer. And again, according to the chief, after he engaged with the officers there, shots were exchanged, and sometimes, and Karen, you can speak to this because you've covered so many police news conferences over the years and you're one of our most outstanding crime reporters here in the Twin Cities. Sometimes you have to pay attention to what's not said in these statements. And in this particular news conference statement this morning, he said that they engaged fire with the suspect. Now, missing from that was whether they hit the suspect. We do not know that yet. We do not know whether he is injured, and they have not confirmed that. But they did say that the suspect then fled out the back door and has not been seen since, and that's the subject now of this very intense search that is going on in the Brooklyn Park area. Now, we want you to look, you're seeing some live video right now. This is of the suspect's home in Green Isle. This is from Sky Fox 9. There has been a large police contingent there this morning. We do have cameras on the ground there as well. One of our photographers, Sean Skinner, is there showing the large police presence of his last known address in the Green Isle area. And you can see that area there, the boom camera shot there from the camera, very rural, very extensive. And there you can see some of the, back down on the ground now, some of the law enforcement presence as they gather there to conduct their search. But as far as investigators know at the time, he may still be in that Brooklyn Park area, that 3 square mile quadrant that's been blocked off, where people have been told to stay in their homes with the important instruction that if someone comes to your door wearing a police-looking uniform and they're by themselves, to call 911 immediately and verify that that is in fact a legitimate member of law enforcement. Now, the police chief has instructed, along with Sheriff DeWitt, has instructed all the investigators out at the scene that if they're approaching a home, make sure that you have 2 or more officers so that you can be identified by the homeowner there at the scene. If you do not see that and you live in that perimeter there, make sure that you call 911 and ask for verification of the police-like suspect or person that you see at your door. So very, very important security information that they're putting out there as this active search is still going on. Amy, Karen?
Okay. Thanks, Tim. Yes, he's right. The active search is still going on, and where they think the suspect is right now, we're not sure. They're still searching Brooklyn Park. They're still searching in Minneapolis, and now they're searching in Green Isle. So, but they do know who he is, and that suspect, as Tim has been saying, has been information on him released, and that's that Vance Bolter. So.
Yeah, and Tim, just really quickly, you were, I think, on the air here when we just got this up. Someone put in here, apparently the New York Times has spoken with the director of security patrols on the website of the security group that that he worked for, and it says, quote, "We drive the same make and model of vehicles that many police departments use in the U.S., according to them." So obviously, as Tim was saying, a lot of these pieces are starting to come together a little bit more here on the access, the knowledge, him being sort of in the flow of the legislature and understanding the vulnerabilities there on that end of things as well. So we have that Green Isle active scene right now, which again, we don't know what's happening there, but we just know that law enforcement is present in armored vehicles.
And the Bloomington Bomb Squad.
And the Bloomington Bomb Squad.
Is there.
Yes. And so we have that scene that we were just showing you. The other really couple, Brooklyn Park, want to keep mentioning, as Tim was saying, shelter in place there.
All right, as you see there, we were just getting an update again from some of our partners there at Fox 9 in Minneapolis. They've been in continuous coverage over the last few hours, as we do now know about the suspect who has been identified, accused of shooting and killing Melissa Hortman. She was the Speaker of the House there in the Minnesota state legislature, and she was killed earlier today alongside her husband, another state lawmaker as well, Senator John Hoffman, and his wife were also shot multiple times. Again, that manhunt for that suspect is still underway at this point. We'll continue to keep monitoring this story and checking in with our partners there at Fox 9 throughout the afternoon, especially as we continue to get new updates.
Thanks for watching. Remember to show your support by liking, subscribing, and sharing. It's a blessing. Keep your teacups filled and ready for my next upload. Until then, stay inspired and remember, always stay gifted.